No, ahorita que voy a punto de hablar. Buenas tardes. Les pedimos a todas las personas que
Good afternoon. Please take your seats.
please take your seats. We are about to start. Thank you very much.
Starts? Who starts the meeting? Me. I'm the chair. I don't know. Somebody should explain. ASG. I chair the meeting? So I have to start? And then after that, the minister? Yes. Okay. After that, we open, give it to the moderator. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay. Thank you very much for being here. This is our regular dialogue with civil society, one of the first. And I want to, first of all, recognize the Minister of Culture of the Republic of Panama, Minister Maria Eugenia Herrera Correa, left of me, and she will address you shortly on behalf of the government of Panama. We have permanent representatives in the room and on the stage who will engage in the debate with you shortly. And then Assistant Secretary General Laura Hill, permanent observers, but most importantly, because it's about that, it's the representatives from civil society, indigenous peoples, of some of them on the stage, and Afro-descendant communities, workers, and private sector. And I must include also the representative of the youth here. Well, we always enjoy being with you to discuss matters which are relevant to you and also to member states. I want to just say a few words up front. One of the things I must recognize is that all of you encounter that. We do as well. We live in challenging times. Some people say complex times, which is true, but we need to find solutions. We need to look forward. So the pressure which is there at the state level in terms of democracy, democratic institutions, the civic space, governance, persistent insecurity in some cases, the impact of transnational organized crime, economic uncertainty and inequalities, those issues at a high level still persist. Progress is being made, but it's far too slow. So we'd like to hear from you, your perspectives, and then we'll hear the responses from our colleagues on the stage here. I want to say that also, when we try to solve problems, and this is something which we have been repeating every year, we are not sitting or working against each other or across each other. We are on the same side because we are part of the same society. So we should see this as an engagement as partners. We have different roles in society and responsibilities, but I think it's important that we agree that together we can find solutions. This is why we are advocating a whole of society approach. That means governments must work with civic organizations. And that is broad. That is every other segment in society, simply because we need to make sure that your voice is heard in the decisions to be taken and how we bring societies further. Ultimately, you want the same thing as governments want. And that is simple. For me, is that a simple formula? You want peace, you want freedom, you want a job and certainties, you want your human rights, your rights guaranteed, and free movement as much as possible within the rules, of course. So basically peace and prosperity. And that's exactly our vision for the future as well. So let's understand that in the discussion, we are not against each other. We need to listen, even if we agree that to disagree, because we are not going to have the same views on everything. That's the limitation which we have. That's the condition also for any conversation. Respectful listening and making sure that we try to understand the other side so that we can make progress. There is not one voice that can only be heard. It must be a conversation. I hope that that in honesty can be done. And then my last point, the issue about which we have, we recognize that, we recognize them in the room, we recognize it here on the stage, is the diversity which we represent. The diversity in terms of language, of history, of our backgrounds, our culture, our art, our music. And that should not be an obstructive given. It must be something which we can use to strengthen our identities as people of the Americas. And with that I mean that diversity is not a problem. It should not be considered a problem. It should be considered a richness which we should cherish and utilize to build more community. Because without that, in the diversity which we have in our Americas, we do not know enough about each other in cultural terms, in political terms, in economic terms. We do not know enough of each other. Otherwise, all the potential which we have in the hemisphere would have been utilized by now. That's not the case. So we need to learn from each other. We need to visit each other and understand each other. That means we have to learn the language. We have to visit countries. We do student exchanges. We have business exchanges. We do lots of other things to make sure that we talk to each other. But there is one condition to make it not fail. We need to build trust. We need to build trust. And trust can only be built if at your level, at the grassroots level, at the community level, there is connection. And that connection is what we're trying to achieve here. The connection with you, because you work with community organizations, and therefore, legitimately so, a reason for us to listen to you and understand better what is happening in society. So let it be an open debate. Let it be an open conversation, and let's come to conclusion that can work practically so that member states can implement, but also institutions like the OAS and other institutions in the Americas can do better. Thank you very much again for being here. And it's my honor now to introduce or to invite Minister of Culture to address you on behalf of the government, our host, our incredible host, Panama.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Panama. Welcome, everybody. It's our honor to receive you as this moment so important for our community, and to be part of this organization is very, very important for Panama. I want to talk in Spanish because I feel comfortable talking in Spanish. So I hope everybody can understand me. Muchas gracias, Su Excelencia.
Thank you, Mr. Albert Randim, Secretary General of the OAS, Laura Gel, Assistant Secretary General, heads of delegation here today with us, representatives of civil society organizations, workers' organizations, private sector, and other social actors. Distinguished participants, welcome all of you to Panama. It is a true honor for the government of Panama and the government of the Republic of Panama to welcome you on this occasion of the 56th regular session of the General Assembly of the Organization of American States. This General Assembly holds very special historical and symbolic significance for Panama and for our hemisphere, as it coincides with the commemoration of the bicentennial of the Amphictyonic Congress of Panama of 1826. It is a milestone that laid the foundations for American multilateralism and for the ideal of a united region, united by dialogue, cooperation, and the ongoing pursuit of common solutions. For that reason, Panama wishes for the celebrate to be held under the slogan, A United Americas, in the bicentennial of the Amphictyonic Congress of Panama. And around the theme, Firm Multilateralism in Defense of Democracy, Hemispheric Security and Stability in the American States. These concepts are not merely a historical reference. They are an affirmation of principles and an invitation to renew our commitment to hemispheric cooperation, to dialogue, permanent dialogue, and to the defense of democratic values that we all share. Today we are gathered for this dialogue with civil society. And important spots for strengthening exchanges in the OAS. For over 2 decades, we have strengthened exchanges between member states in this space and the various actors in our societies. With this establishing this space as a concrete expression of the organization's commitment to pluralistic dialogue, to diverse dialogue, to citizen participation, and to regional cooperation. Over the years, organizations and social actors from across the Americas have contributed their perspectives, their experiences, and their recommendations, which have enriched the OAS deliberations and brought these hemispheric efforts closer to the realities of our communities. Civil society participation is a fundamental component of the inter-American system, as it strengthens democratic processes and it broadens perspectives from which we address our shared challenges. In an increasingly complex regional context, marked by challenges in terms of democracy, security, inclusion, and development. Strengthening these spaces for participation is absolutely essential. No country can face these challenges alone. You can't do anything in life like that. We need more cooperation, listening, and more coordination between governments and civil society. We need action. This dialogue that brings us together today is a wonderful opportunity for exchange, respectful exchange, pluralistic exchange, and constructive exchange between the member states and the various actors in our societies. What you present today will help guide the work of the member states throughout the remainder of the year and will contribute to the fulfillment of our hemispheric goals. Your proposals and your recommendations are essential for strengthening collective action in our organization. I wish to express my gratitude to all of the civil society organizations and to the social actors taking part in this process, as well as to the member states, for your willingness to listen, for the exchange of ideas, and for strengthening this exercise of dialogue, which is so important for growing and facing the challenges that we're all looking at. So I would like to extend special recognition to the Secretary General of the OAS, to the Assistant Secretary General, and to their entire team for all the efforts made to make this important space for encounter and participation possible. Preparing a General Assembly and forums like this require coordination, institutional commitment, and a clear willingness to strengthen hemispheric dialogue. It is a pleasure to share this space with representatives of organizations, social actors, delegations of the member states, and authorities of the Inter-American system, whose participation reaffirms the value of building joint responses to our common challenges. I trust that today's session will help further consolidating the ties between the OAS, its member states, and the diverse actors in our societies, all for the benefit of the people of the Americas. Today's session will last 3 hours from 2 to 5 p.m., and it will follow a new format. This format was inspired by the Davis-style dialogue model. It has been designed to promote more dynamic, direct, and interactive exchanges among participants. The dialogue is organized into 4 thematic segments linked to fundamental pillars of the OAS: integral development, democracy, and 2 segments focused on human rights. In each segment, representatives of civil society coalitions, social actors, and member states will take part in an exchange guided by questions which was already distributed in advance. We will also include the questions on the screens in the room so that the conversation is more fluid, and the questions won't be read aloud during the session. Okay? Given our time constraints, I would like to remind you that interventions by coalition spokespersons will be limited to a maximum of 2.5 minutes to answer the question assigned to them. Member states will have the same amount of time for their interventions and replies. I invite all participants who are here today to respect the times allotted. We sincerely appreciate the willingness and commitment of all of the representatives of civil society and social actors workers' organizations and the private sector, as well as member states. Again, it is a new type of dialogue and a new format so that we have more substantive and enriching exchanges. Once again, I extend to you the warmest welcome to Panama, the host country, a country that is a bridge to the world and the heart of the universe. May this dialogue be a fruitful space for encounter, may it be inspiring, a reflection, joint action, cooperation, and working together, inspired by the spirit of hemispheric cooperation that was born 200 years ago on Panamanian soil. I now give the floor to the Executive Secretary for Integral Development, Ms. Isabel Valois. And I'd like to remind you, I truly believe in the importance of culture in the heart and in the soul of all people of the Americas. The art joins us, and culture enriches us. Thank you once again. Thank you so much. Thank you. It is such a great pleasure to be here with you today. Good afternoon, Ambassador Harmin, and all of the representatives here today.
Moderate the first segment of the dialogue on integral development. I wish to do it in French, but I will do it in English. I think I'm a few in my team these days. To begin, we hope to hear from both the workers' representative and the private sector. Unfortunately, the workers' representative could not be joining us today. We look forward, however, to welcoming them in the near future, as their voice are essential to democracy and inclusive development. This being said, let's begin with the first panel. I will turn to our first panelist, Monsieur Orlando Dovat, Vice President of CEAL International, representing the private sector, and I invite him to respond to the following question. And please don't be alarmed, I just changed the wording to make it easier for me, but it hasn't changed in the content. What concrete action can governments and the private sector take together to strengthen stability, trust, and prosperity in the Americas, and create the conditions needed to attract investment, quality jobs, and greater opportunity for our citizens?
Bueno, le agradezco mucho.
Thank you very much to the General Secretary, to the organization of the OAS. It's such an honor to be here with you on behalf of CEAL, C-E-A-L. We are an association of business people in Latin America, the Business Council of Latin America, and it includes all of the countries in Latin America. So I have to answer your question directly, correct? So what would the solution be to the problems of bringing investment to our region? We've been discussing this at so many fora, and I think it's quite clear. But sometimes we don't get to the crux of the matter. The most important thing is legal stability. We need to ensure that institutions are as stable as possible. And the rules of the game, which is investors need to have trust. That is absolutely critical. And that's why we have to work in all of the different sectors. Private sector is constantly supporting initiatives for education, for infrastructure, for communication, everything related to technology. This is what brings all of the countries in Latin America together. When it comes to infrastructure, for example, this true junction is that we don't have connections often with infrastructure through highways or whatever. Often we have some airways and flight paths, and we have seen serious progress in this respect. But I believe that Latin America is more like an archipelago. Each one seems to be a separate island as part of a continent that has all of these countries, but we still have these different borders. And I suspect that this is the greatest injustice that we have when it comes to managing culture, etc., in Latin America. You have 2.5 minutes, and so unfortunately we had to cut your microphone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Dovat. It's a little bit cruel, I believe, but there are so many of us that wish to speak today.
Ambassador Risotto from the United States. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. This discussion on integral development is the right conversation for OAS to have. At this General Assembly, we should avoid new mandates and instead focus on practical cooperation that delivers value. Economic growth, investment, technology, workforce opportunity, and private sector leadership are not secondary issues. They are central to the stability, security, and sovereignty of our hemisphere. Our message is simple. The future of America should be built by people who live here. That is the spirit behind our mantra of Made in the Americas. I did not say made in America, I said made in the Americas, and we stand behind that statement. We should be building a stronger regional supply chains, encouraging trusted investment, and supporting transparent procurement, expanding entrepreneurship, and creating conditions for companies to grow and workers to succeed. Governments have an important role to provide security, enforce the rule of law, protect property and reduce corruption, build trust, and create a predictable environment for investment. But for prosperity to grow and last, it must be driven by enterprise, innovation, and private sector. That is why the OAS should help bring together governments, business, workers, and civil society to create and seize economic opportunities. The OAS should use its convening power to help generate jobs and investment, develop infrastructure to facilitate intra-regional trade, and foster energy cooperation, technology partnerships, and business-to-business engagement. We also see the need to be honest that prosperity and security are linked. Weak institutions, corruption, criminal networks, and insecure borders and opaque investment create vulnerabilities. Strong economies and resilient supply chains reduce illegal immigration pressures, limit opportunities for criminal capture, and help protect sovereignty from malign foreign influence. And we cannot speak of security without naming the silent, lethal poison that knows no borders, fentanyl. With between 50 and 70,000 deaths each year in the United States, and approximately 500,000 over the last decade, this is not just a national crisis, it's a hemispheric emergency. The supply chains, precursor chemicals, and illicit networks that manufacture and distribute this drug stretch across our borders, undermining the very stability and sovereignty we seek to protect. Technology, including artificial intelligence, will also transform our region. So our goal should be to ensure that transformation expands opportunity, strengthens productivity, and benefits citizens. That requires collaboration among governments, workers, and private sector educators, entrepreneurs, and informed, engaged citizens. So the United States supports meaningful engagement with civil society workers and private sector. We want to have engagement and transparency, orderly rules based on focused results. The United States looks forward to working with partners across the Americas to build a freer, safer, and more prosperous hemisphere. We have 1 billion people within this hemisphere and a responsibility as the multilateral body to not only protect these individuals, but ensure prosperity and having a beautiful life. So you can count the United States in for civil society and contributing to the benefit of our hemisphere. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador Risotto. Thank you. Le doy ahora la palabra a
I now give the floor to the Ambassador of Peru. I'm Rodrigo Escamante, permanent representative of Peru to the OAS. To respond to this question, I would like to start with the experience of Peru. As we see it, how we can transform the potential of our region for concrete opportunities for our citizens. It means we need to work on 3 fundamental pillars. Firstly, trust. There's no sustainable investment without macroeconomic stability, legal security, and solid and transparent institutions with clear rules. We governments have the responsibility to preserve previsible and transparent working conditions. And the government needs to offer sustainable bases with job opportunities. Secondly, competition for long-term investment. You can't just use your own natural resources or be well geographically located. We need to reduce bureaucratic barriers, simplify processes, promote innovation, support digital transformation, and strengthen something important: training, educating our human capital. This is the only way that we will make progress and be more progressive and inclusive and be better prepared to compete in the new global value chains. The third pillar, as already mentioned, was integration. Yesterday we saw in dialogue with the private sector that Latin America and the Caribbean has a great deficit when it comes to intra-regional trade. We often don't look amongst ourselves, we just look outward. So we need to work on strategic infrastructure, which is absolutely critical. I'm going to talk about 3 cases from Peru, which are recent. We have port, logistics, port. We have one port in the capital, Port of Callao, and the Port of Chancay. All of these were projects that will generate greater investment, more transparency, greater jobs, more jobs, that will lead to greater opportunities for the populations of the Americas. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
of member states for their intervention. Let us now turn to representative of the indigenous people, whose perspectives are essential to enriching our dialogue and reflecting on the diversity and richness of our region. A continuación, escucharemos.
We will now hear from the interventions from representatives of the indigenous populations. Your voices are crucial for our discussions and promoting an inclusive dialogue that shows the diversity and richness of our region. I invite Nelson de Leon Cantule, representative of the Nabguana Association and head of the Indigenous Coordinating Coalition, Abya Yala, to answer the following question. Across the various areas of development, the OAS works with member states to promote agreements, to exchange knowledge, and to advance actions aimed at generating solutions and results. From the perspective of the indigenous peoples, nations, and individuals of the Americas, how can the OAS strengthen spaces for dialogue, cooperation, and participation to effectively address the main challenges facing their communities and their territories? The floor is yours, Mr. Cantule. His Honorable Albert Ramdin, Secretary General of the OAS and Ministers President, on behalf of Abya Yala, on behalf of our ancestors, since the 100 years since the revolution, Sovereignty resides in people and in their territories. And we declare that there's a permanent movement in this regard. The OAS needs to protect people who defend the human rights of indigenous, of the motherlands, of ancestral territories, and to guarantee participation of women, the youth, and traditional authorities, recognizing their important role in preserving culture, languages, knowledge, and ways of living. So how can the OAS improve this dialogue and participation so that it can effectively face the challenges, the communities can face the challenges? We need spaces for dialogue, but need to recognize indigenous peoples as collective rights holders of states pre-existent to the member states, not as just observers and members of civil society. We need permanent measures for them to participate with voice, vote, and direct intervention in decision-making processes. Establishing a Secretariat of Indigenous People elected by the people and not by the member states, establishing dialogue with the states, with indigenous people, addressing things like human rights issues that are facing us all at this moment, naming a representative of the indigenous people in order to address conflicts. The Abya Yala is here to dialogue based on reciprocity, on listening. We don't want to hear excuses. We want to hear solutions for life, dignity that our territories merit. Thank you very much. I'm sorry your time has run out.
In French, but after talking to Monsieur Chartier, I've discovered that English is the chosen language. So, Monsieur Clément Chartier, representative from the Manitoba Métis Federation, spokesperson for the Coalition des Nations et des Organisations Autochtones.
Head of the Coalition of Nations and Indigenous Organizations.
Thank you so much.
Indigenous peoples are the original inhabitants of the Americas, and as such are distinct from non-Indigenous societies. Therefore, we must have our own distinct and separate space within the OAS and its various organs. This distinctiveness is evidenced by the American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the Plan of Action for its implementation, and the working group established as a mechanism to monitor its implementation. As a starting point, we cannot be expected to, or be forced to, participate as part of civil society or engagement in the General Assembly and the summits of the Americas. We must be accorded our own place with a flexible way to register and with adequate time to make our interventions. For example, a half hour in the General Assembly, half hour in the Permanent Council during the annual Inter-American Week for Indigenous Peoples, and a half hour in the summits of the Americas. We encourage that states contribute to a dedicated fund which enables Indigenous peoples to meet in an Indigenous Peoples Summit to prepare its intervention at each summits of the America. There is also a pressing need for states to contribute to the fund which will enable the ADRIP working group to carry out its mandate. This work must include at least one session per year where Indigenous representatives can attend, receive reports, be consulted, and provide interventions. The issue of land and rights defenders is also critical, and the OAS and member states must do more to protect their rights, carry out investigations, censure, or sanction, such as in the recent case of Brooklyn, Rivera, Enrique, Stedman.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have noted your comments, and indeed, 2 minutes and a half is a bit limited, and you deserve more. You should request more. I don't want to take space, sorry, Secretariat. I'm learning my job, guys. Ahora,
Now, at this time, we'll have the second time of exchange of the states, the member states. At this time, the Ambassador Rosines from Mexico, please go ahead. The floor is yours. Well, thank you. Good afternoon to one and all. Well, when we speak about the integral development, we must understand that we must involve all the social and productive actors of a country. When we talk about development with well-being, we also refer that it's just not enough to grow, but we also have to have development incorporating all those in our countries that have rights. So we must also determine and see the social responsibility of the private sector that also has to comply and ensure rights, and also vindicate the social responsibility of the state, that we can attend to the fundamental problem that is occurring in our countries, which is inequality. And for this reason, in Mexico, we have a policy of development with well-being, with the spaces of cooperation and coordination. In first place, we have recognized the rights that all the Mexican community has to have a life with well-being. We also have decreed universal policies that are already established in our Constitution to start generating opportunities for development. And this has allowed us to accomplish in these last 7 years, 13.5 million of Mexicans from poverty have been taken out of poverty, and we have incorporated them in a productive life. This has been an effort that has occurred, and this is happening as well in the private sector. Because, for example, in Mexico, we have reached first a public investment. It has been a public and mixed investment with private and public sector, $320,000 million in development of infrastructures and also equipping. But at the same manner, we have also recognized the rights of and also the indigenous community and the Afro-descendants. We have established our Constitution, and we have recognized that they can continue their culture of the indigenous people, that they can continue their traditions, their way of government, and the rights over their territory and natural resources, and with the autonomy that will allow them to keep doing what they have been doing. We have been the first country to recognize the Agreement 106, that this is a right that of ILO, that they should continue their traditions. We were the first country that also did public consultation that was informed and in advance for the approval of chapter of the indigenous people of the Constitution of the City of Mexico. We have opened consultation for the 68 indigenous communities of our country, and also of the Afro-Mexican community, that we can start defining which are the programs for justice and all the policies that derive from our Constitution. We must understand that we must have all the social sectors as part, assuming our responsibility with those whom are more vulnerable and those that represent most inequality. Only by doing this we can talk about well-being and a comprehensive development in the Americas. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. At this time, the delegation of Brazil will be the one that the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. It is so honorable to be here. And on behalf of diversity, I will be speaking in Portuguese. Should it be necessary, please use the interpretation. But before we get started, I would like to thank you once again, thank the General Secretary for organizing this dialogue, especially for this more dynamic format. This is already an attempt to respond to the clamor and needs, and I would say almost demands, for having more spaces for a true exchange of priorities and concerns that can truly help the organization to guide the agenda and establish what the priorities should be and understand the needs of different sectors of society. And communities, indigenous communities, are absolutely critical in this regard for the reasons that have already been mentioned. And the organization is well positioned to develop and help countries to develop public policies that meet these needs, whether it's through Inter-American human rights perspective, which has seen major progress. Clearly, there is still a lot that we need to make progress on, and having these norms and instruments doesn't necessarily mean that implementation is absolutely perfect, and we need to continue to make progress in this regard. But in terms of inclusion and integral development, the organization does have the opportunity and the advantage to be able to promote a fruitful dialogue among public policies that are being developed in the different countries that are making progress in this regard, and recognize, and I agree with what our representatives before me have already said. It is absolutely critical that this debate doesn't happen just here. As important as this may be, that these public policies and these initiatives and different initiatives in the organization need to include the visions of all. We need a clear diagnosis of the needs that obviously vary depending on the different circumstances. We need evidence. We need to build these concrete initiatives together. And there are some great examples of positive, but we've seen great positive examples. We've seen this in Mexico, in Brazil. We've also tried to work with our indigenous peoples, establish different public policies, and to promote and preserve the language and the cultures of these different indigenous peoples. The OAS has helped us in that regard. The health is also a very critical point. We also need to recognize the realities and understand what these priorities truly are, because as we've heard here, Brazil is very much shares this view, and we need to share our good public policies that lead to more inclusion, development, and prosperity for all sectors of society and all the ethnic groups that make up the great diversity of the Americas. Thank you very much.
Agradezco la intervención.
I appreciate the intervention of the member states.
Coalition represented by Mrs. Terry Dale Ince of the CEDA Committee of Trinidad Tobago. You have the floor to respond to the following question. From your experience, which initiative or strategy have delivered concrete and positive results in the area of social, economic, environmental, or climate development? Which of these could strengthen, scaled up, translated into public policy? At the same time, what are the main challenges that remain, and what strategy should government and the OAS adopt to respond more effectively?
Thank you for the question, moderator. We promise that integral development inextricably links social equity, economic security, and climate resilience. The Caribbean's experience demonstrates that environmental protection is the bedrock of sustainable development. Across our region, locally anchored ecosystems-based initiatives yield concrete results, such as water security projects in Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados, alongside coastal restoration in Jamaica and the Eastern Caribbean, so that marine conservation and economic development mutually reinforce each other. However, scaling these successes requires overcoming structural barriers, Replication is currently hampered by deep, high sovereign debt, limited fiscal space, and technology gaps. These challenges trap us in the critical double bind of international climate finance, which rarely reaches frontline local organizations, while our region remains the most dangerous in the world for environmental defenders, undermining civic participation. So to break this cycle, we urge the OAS to adopt a four-pillar approach with direct funding by establishing streamlined financing windows for local communities, calling on the universal ratification and creation of an independent OAS mechanism to safeguard environmental defenders through the Escazú Agreement, mandate technical assistance back through the OAS to facilitate scaling successful pilots into national frameworks, and lastly, through a rapid response facility to create a financial facility to provide swift support against climate shocks. Economic development, climate finance, and human rights are a single, indivisible imperative. We call on the Assembly to match our commitment with concrete action, protect our lives, fund our survival, and institutionalize this vital partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ince. I now invite Gladys Geraldina Diaz Benitez of the Union of Latin Americana de Ciegos, ULAC, who in her capacity as spokesperson represent the Coalition for the Dignity of Persons with Disabilities in the Americas. Please, if you allow me, before giving you the floor, I would like to extend our sincere condolences on the recent passing of your colleague, Dean Lermen Gonzalez, a committed advocate for the rights of the blind and low vision persons, who served as a spokesperson in this dialogue on several occasions. All my sympathies to you and to your coalition. Madame Diaz, merci. Mrs. Diaz Benitez, you have the floor to address the same question regarding focusing on initiatives that have shown results that challenge the challenge that remain and the role of government and the OAS can play. Muchas gracias. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. You have the floor.
Hola, un saludo.
Hello, I would like to send greetings to the General Secretary of the Coalition Together for the Dignity of Those with Disabilities. One of the strategies that has worked for us throughout all of this time is strengthening of the capabilities of those who have disabilities and the organizations that represent them. And also formation of leadership, human rights, political incidency, and all these diverse topics have allowed those whom have disabilities to contribute for a society that is more just and more inclusive. In the same manner, accessibility and technology and its assistance and inclusive education and also jobs has allowed the participation, and it has been a tool that has allowed autonomy and effective participation of those who have disabilities in the Americas and worthy employment. It is very important to highlight that the member states, it is very important that they ensure the participation of those who have disabilities in the policies and public policies, and that they should be consulted. As our colleague said with us, participation is very important, that those who have disabilities can also give their opinion and topics that will affect them. It is also important to invest in education, inclusive education, and it's also important to invest in employment, in technology, assistive technology, accessibility, that nobody stays behind. But also we have different great challenges, because we have seen a lot of discrimination, we have seen a lot of poverty, and I think that it's very important that at this current moment we can go from a commitment to action, ensuring the participation of the people that have disability and situating disability and putting it as part of the agendas, that inclusion can not only be said, but we can take it to a reality, because as people with disability, we are the present and the future of the Americas. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Diaz Benitez.
Vital role of youth in leading change today and in shaping more sustainable and inclusive futures. And I'll give the floor to Mrs. Jimena Yanes Saavedra, Youth Delegate of the Young Americas Business Trust and President of Synergy Leadership Group. Mrs. Saavedra, could you please share your perspective on which initiative has shown results, the challenge that remain, and the role of the government and the OAS can play? Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Honorable authorities of the organization, delegates of OAS, and also those representative of other organizations. Today we're talking about social and economical, environmental, and climate development. But before we talk about these challenges, we must speak about the youth, because behind every youth that leaves school, there is a leader that did not have an opportunity to develop. So just putting this in context, 1 of every 4 young people lives in poverty in Latin America. And 75.1% in the region are having informal employment based on OSD. And based on the International Organization of Work, 17 million of employments are not happening because of gaps of infrastructure. And also, in the last report of the Humanitarian Fund, the AI has affected around 40% of the employments, of emergent employments, even hours. And while we're discussing about tomorrow, the world is already changing. AI is already transforming economies, markets, and educational models, and it's happening fast, and we're staying behind. Maybe the problem is that what's working is not getting to everyone, and this is where we have the most valuable resource, which is the youth. The Americas also has an opportunity is to build an area where technology will reduce these gaps rather than widen them. Innovation will also cause inclusion when no youth will have a limited future because of the circumstances how they were born. Today I have a calling to the government of the Americas and the actors whom are here that we can have a regional agenda that will foster and strengthen our youth, making sure that the new technology will have a tool for mobility and not a new way of exclusion, that this forum will not only be a spaces of dialogue, but that it will also be a starting point to build public policy that will prepare our youth for the challenges and new opportunities, because what is not said does not exist, because those that are not included will not progress. The youth is not of the future, the youth is the present, and for this reason I would like to say thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you, Mrs. Saavedra.
Our third round, and I will invite member states that have expressed interest to take the floor, to share their comments and their reflection to our panelists. Tiene la palabra, señor embajador Vargas de Colombia.
Bueno, buenas tardes para todos.
Good afternoon to one and all. In Colombia, one of the strategies that has mostly worked to link the great majority of people in social, environmental, and climatic has been promoting the participation effectively of civil society. And also the plan that we did in Colombia, it started with the participation of thousands of people and communities. And this way we heard the indigenous community, people, and also the Afro-descendant communities, and people that had disabilities, women and youth. And just as we heard, that allowed the policies respond better to the needs of each one of them, and also with the differential focus. This is very important, that we can learn how to handle the differential focus, that we do not look at it common, treat everybody commonly. We must always know, depending to difference, the positive actions that we can foster based on each one of these populations. And these experiences have allowed us to strengthen the institutions, and then they have turned into public policies. And some of them that have allowed that Colombia, we have taken out of poverty 3 million people in these last 4 years. But we still have important challenges among them, and we all of them know, insufficiency of financial resources to accomplish these goals, and the institutional gaps that make it difficult to have a more effective participation, and also the inequality, structural inequality. And there are also threats that are faced by those that defend the environment and human rights. At this current moment, there are writers that are dedicating all of their work, and they know the risk that they have defending the environment. There's a novel of Gustavo Bolívar. It's called No, and it talks about Nadie se muere en la víspera. This is the name of the novel. These are challenges that the governments need to strengthen the institutional capacity, ensuring the access of information and the participation, as we just heard, in the topics of AI, and ensuring that there's access of information of all the people, as it was just stated by the court in the instance of Colombia and Chile in regards to climate. And also, OAS can also have a fundamental role promoting regional standards of climate justice and social participation, giving technical assistance to the states, facilitating mechanisms of cooperation and finance for projects that those that are the leaders are in the situation of vulnerability to having a more effective response, which are those that are built with the active participation of communities and also of civil society, strengthening the dialogue with responsibility. This becomes fundamental to advance towards a sustainable development that is inclusive and resilient with the challenges that are faced by our region. I would like to say thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador.
Move from the Bahamas to take the floor.
I plan to speak for about 2 or 3 hours, so everybody should get a little comfortable in their seats. We commend the OAS for ensuring that civil society remains an integral part of our hemispheric dialogue. For small island developing states such as the Bahamas, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals remains particularly challenging. We face vulnerabilities arising from our small size, exposure to external economic shocks, high level of indebtedness, and increasingly existential threat posed by climate and the climate crisis. Indeed, nearly half of the Bahamas' national debt is attributed directly to the expenses associated with the recovery from natural disasters. This reality is shared by many CARICOM neighbors. Our circumstances are further compounded by the costs associated with delivery of services across the archipelago. Accordingly, we reiterate our call for reform of the international financial architecture so that the development and climate financing becomes more accessible, affordable, adequate, and responsive to the realities of vulnerable states. We encourage both the OAS and civil society to join us in advocating for these necessary reforms. For the Bahamas, vulnerability does not mean helplessness. The Bahamas is pursuing innovative solutions. We successfully implemented a $300 million debt for nature swap, the largest conservation financing initiative in our nation's history, and we are advancing blue carbon initiatives through the protection of mangroves and seagrass ecosystems, and we are launching a first-of-its-kind U.S.-certified aviation carbon credits platform through Bahamas Aviation, Climate, and Severe Weather Network. At the same time, we're investing through the National Apprenticeship Program, Upskill Bahamas, and Digilearn learning program and platforms. We offer tuition-free access to higher education and technical training, expanded healthcare infrastructure, affordable housing initiatives, and our award-winning urban renewal program. These initiatives reflect our belief that resilience is not only about responding to crisis, but about creating opportunity, strengthening communities, and building a sustainable future. Given our inclusive approaches, The Bahamas undertook consultations with our own civil society organizations in preparation for this very dialogue. Those consultations reinforced the critical role that civil society plays as a bridge between citizens and institutions and as a valuable partner in governance and development and resilience building. We remain committed to strengthening this partnership and support continued OAS efforts to deepen civil society engagement. In that regard, we recommend consideration of a hemispheric civil society participation framework that promotes sustained dialogue, capacity building, and collaboration throughout the year, rather than engagement limited to individual meetings or consultations. Together, governments, international organizations, and civil society can build a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable hemisphere.
Thank you, Ambassador Nemu. To conclude this segment, I invite the delegation of Brazil to take the floor. Please, sir.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The delegation of Belize is honored to take the floor.
The delegation of Brazil.
To commend the previous panelists for their interventions. I think this has been such a rich conversation on a very important issue. From Belize's perspective, we've come to the conclusion that effective public policy, national development strategies must equally and comprehensively address both social and economic issues. Under our national development strategy, which is titled Plan Belize 2.0, the government has launched initiatives to expand free education up to the secondary school level with plans to expand it even further, and also to roll out national healthcare countrywide, giving access to thousands of Belizeans to vital primary healthcare services. This is underpinned by a very strong belief that robust and targeted protection programs are critical for smaller economies like ours. At the same time, Belize has done a lot of work in creating the enabling environment for business by reducing bureaucratic red tape for business formulation and for giving fiscal incentives to drive innovation and new industry in the country. This is being done with the vision to, on the academic side, to ensure that we bring people up in academics, but also give them an opportunity once they've finished their academic career to join the Belizean economy, to become productive members of the Belizean economy. That is the vision, or that is what we mean when we say that we are giving equal priority to both the social and the economic side of things. But at the same time, and it's something that has been expressed by previous panelists, there are challenges, as there are challenges in development generally. The first one is the limited fiscal space. And it's an issue that is common amongst Caribbean countries and smaller developing economies. And the limited fiscal space really prevents countries like Belize from investing in society as much as we would want to. And the second challenge that consistently arises is the slow adoption of technology. Technology is growing at such a fast pace, and countries in the Caribbean region, compared to larger economies, are a bit slower in the technological adoption. And technology for us could really unlock productivity and output gains. Having said that, though we believe that there is an opportunity for the OAS, for governments, for civil society to greater collaborate on bringing us up to speed, closing that technological gap, helping us to develop development strategies that are evidence-based, that are effective, and that bring the results that positively impact the livelihoods of the people in our hemisphere. That is what we believe. And at the same time, we believe that if we can maybe take the vision of working on the social and the economic aspects of development, giving it equal weight, giving it equal priority, we can unlock a lot more benefits. So in closing, moderator, if we can, as a hemisphere, governments, member states, civil society organizations, really collaborate around these issues, then we can unlock a lot more benefits. We can make evidence-based public policy sound good public policy, and we can improve the lives of the hemisphere. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Belize. Please allow me to thank the representative of member states and our distinguished spokesperson for their valuable contribution. Your ideas, your perspective are essential to a more just, inclusive, and prosperous hemisphere. With this, we conclude the first segment of the dialogue. I kindly invite participants to step down from the stage as we prepare to continue with the agenda. And I will now invite the next speakers, representative from Guatemala, Canada, Mexico, Brazil, and Uruguay, as well as my colleague, Monsieur Sébastien Krajelvitz, Secretary for Strengthening Democracy at the OAS, who will serve as moderator. Thank you, and please join us on stage. Merci beaucoup.
Ese es mi acento. Perfecto. Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Please take your seats for the next section with our second segment. Good afternoon. I'm Secretary for Strengthening Democracy. This is intrinsically democratic. We're talking about democracy. How meta. So far in this segment, I would like to call up Angela Carrillo from the Latin America and Caribbean Network for Democracy, Red LAD, for inclusive dialogues, on behalf of the Inclusive Dialogues Coalition. Here's a question. The question is, question 5. What are the main democratic challenges facing the region? And what concrete actions can governments, democratic institutions, and civil society adopt to strengthen people's trust in democracies, transparency, and accountability? The floor is yours. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of you here in this auditorium today. As said, I am here on behalf of the Inclusive Dialogues Coalition and Red LAD. And I'd like to start by saying that our coalition is perfectly poised to respond to this question, because the biggest challenge we are facing is the need to be listened to, included, visibilized, and to be taken into account for decisions and to truly practice true democracy. We're facing difficult times with the emergence of authoritarianism, the closing of civic spaces, setbacks in freedoms and in human rights. Added to this, there's a major deficit in funding civil society organizations and the emergence of anti-NGO laws that are blocking our development. So we are facing a very complex, difficult future. There are so many challenges we face, and all of the actors are part of this, facing this challenge together. The way to move forward is that each of us, from our homes, from our corners, from our workplaces, we need to be committed to work on behalf of democracy, but on behalf of a democracy for all, that includes all, that promotes respect, that promotes tolerance, and that promotes participation of all actors in society. We think that civil society needs to continue working, strengthening civic participation, education. Governments need to continue working on transparency. They need to strengthen, specifically in those countries that are democratic, the importance of true democracies. And finally, a proposal for the OAS, which is establishing hemispheric dialogues, permanent hemispheric dialogues, not just in specific events, so that all actors can discuss and contribute to improve and have better democratic systems throughout the region. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. Thank you for this concrete recommendation. Same question for Pamela Martin Garcia from FUSA for the Integral Health focused on gender and rights, Coalition for on behalf of Coalition for Sexual and Reproductive Rights. Pamela Martin Garcia, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. The Americas and the Caribbean are facing a coordinated offense against human rights and democracy. We are not looking at isolated incidents. There is a move towards authoritarianism that focuses on has two objectives: dismantling institutions and attacking people who support human rights. Dismantling the gender structures, elimination of Ministry of Human Rights in Argentina, and we see this in Chile and in Panama as well. This loss of institutionality happens because co-opting the legislature and the judicial branches to restrict access to safe abortion, promote institutionalization of face claims against gender, like in Peru, Bolivia, Argentina, and Puerto Rico, and undermine or use criminal rights to attack women and others. In this face of the setback, we are using civic participation. Paraguay, El Salvador, Peru, the United States, Argentina have these fiscalization rights that look to eliminate the NGOs and their operations. Human rights and supporters of human rights and reproductive rights are attacked and thrown into jail. Governments use a double sword. They invoke sovereignty and autodetermination for international support, while they weaken multilateralism that is economically affecting organizations like the OAS. This extends to the United States, where the response to migration is systematic violence. Colleagues, the message is clear. Attacking women's rights and diversities is the first step of our collapse of our democracies against sovereignty, self-determination, and the right for political integration of the Americas. The right to self-determination of our own bodies. We are here, and we are not going to allow these anti-democratic governments to use sovereignty against the standards.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Pamela Martin Garcia. Now to the member states who said they would like to reflect, comment on these topics. Guatemala, Claudia Escobar, Ambassador, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Guatemala thanks you for the space for dialogue on the 56th ordinary sessions of the General Assembly of the OAS. It is an honor to take part with this dialogue with civil society in the different spaces that we operate in as we see it. One of the most important democratic challenges that we face in the region is the growth of lack of trust in institutions, corruption, lack of information, political polarization, social exclusion, and the difficulty to effectively respond through democracy to people's demands. Likewise, we are concerned about undue use of institutions and political focus of that undermines the rule of law and public trust in democracy. Given this, Guatemala believes that strengthening our democracies requires fostering solid institutions that are transparent and inclusive, that can promote civic participation, and effectively respond to the needs of our societies. Given this, under Bernardo Arevalo, President Bernardo has promoted actions for institutional strengthening to recover trust in democracy and democratic institutions and civic participation to respect rule of law and human rights. Guatemala includes spaces for dialogue with different social sectors throughout the country, including ancestral authorities and indigenous authorities, with active listening for the focus on civic participation and strengthening trust and institutional life. This perspective has allowed us to make progress and to have better comprehension of the biggest common challenges that we all face in the region. Guatemala believes that to strengthen trust in the population in democracy, it is absolutely critical to make progress with an integral agenda that's based on transparency, the fight against corruption, access to public information, effective civic participation, and accountability. Democratic institutions need to be able to not just ensure rights, but also to offer concrete results that improve the lives of everyone. We recognize the value of hemispheric cooperation that is supported by the OAS, specifically those that are focused on institutional strengthening, promoting dialogue, and consolidating democratic practices. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. I now give the floor to the delegation of Canada.
Secretary Kraljevich, and thank you to Ms. Carrillo and Ms. Martin Garcia for your remarks. Esteemed representatives, dear colleagues, Canada is grateful for the efforts of all participants to join us today and for the indispensable role played by civil society organizations in strengthening democracy. Across the Americas, we are facing a shared challenge. Citizens continue to believe in democracy as the best system of governance, yet trust in democratic institutions is declining. This gap between ideals and lived experiences is at the heart of the current moment. Several pressures are driving this trend. We see declining confidence in elected institutions, corruption, and a lack of transparency, growing inequality, and increasing polarization, which together fuel disengagement and skepticism. Additionally, democratic erosion is often gradual through weakening institutions and reduced accountability, making it harder to detect. To address this, we must act together. First, strengthening transparency and open governance is fundamental to restoring public trust. Governments must ensure access to information, clear communication, and meaningful citizen involvement in decision-making. Second, reinforcing democratic institutions and the rule of law must remain priorities for governments and citizens. Independent courts, electoral bodies, and oversight institutions are essential to safeguarding rights, upholding accountability, and countering corruption. Third, supportive, inclusive, and resilient societies are fundamental. Democracy must deliver for all through policies that reduce inequality, advance gender equality, and promote human rights, including the rights of Indigenous peoples and all marginalized communities. Civil society is central to this work. From monitoring public spending to amplifying citizen voices, its role strengthens accountability and democratic resilience across our hemisphere. Canada remains firmly committed to working with OAS partners to defend democracy, promote human rights, advance gender equality, and combat corruption, because strong, inclusive, and accountable democracies are foundations of peace, security, and shared prosperity in the region. Thank you.
Gracias, Canadá.
Thank you, Canada. We're going to move on to question 6. Considering the relevant role of civil society in strengthening democracy, what measures should be promoted to guarantee citizen participation in the democratic life and processes of our countries, particularly for groups and populations that have historically faced barriers to fully participating in decision-making processes affecting their rights and their interests? We have 2 spokespeople today on behalf of the Coalition for Women's Human Rights in the Americas, which will be words from Maria Jose Corbalan Farias, Association for the Rights of Women, ADEM. Thank you very much. We don't have our basic human rights guaranteed. Can we actually participate? There is a growth of institutional lack of trust and setbacks in terms of democracy. Given this, strengthening democracy and civic participation is an obligation. It's a democratic obligation. A solid democracy requires a civil society that is autonomous, plural, and it is truly able to make decisions that affect our rights, our territories, and our life projects. There are millions of us women, and we are so diverse in all our diversity. We are indebted, facing precarious work, difficult jobs, and unequal opportunities, and also inefficient public policies. Tax adjustment policies for austerity and budget cuts and weakening of investments concretely affect our lives. As CDH mentioned in their most recent resolution, we need to respect equality and non-discrimination and avoiding regressive measures. These arguments are something that we have also included in our report with this coalition as the Redesca. We are facing structural barriers to access integral health, obstacles to sexual and integral health, impediments to getting proper medical care and safe abortion services, timely medical care. These are our rights. These are recognized human rights in the American system, and you need to ensure them. This doesn't depend on a government in the administration at the time. We cannot go back in time. We need to expand rights, not restrict them. And that is why we need to ensure permanent mechanisms. There is no democracy or economic justice or social justice if there is no environmental and reproductive rights. Human rights are women's rights. Thank you very much, Maria Jose Corvalan Farias. Now, Carla Angelini for Catholics for the Right to Decide, Brazil, on behalf of Coalition of Religions, Beliefs, and Spiritualities in Dialogue with Civil Society. Good afternoon. The Coalition of Religions, Beliefs, and Spiritualities in Dialogue with Civil Society, composed of 30 organizations committed to human dignity and fundamental freedoms, observes with deep concern the progressive dismantling of civic spaces and weakening of the guarantees that are essential for free, diverse, and effective participation. In a number of countries, we are witnessing the processes to reduce the role of state as a guarantor of rights and adoption of restrictive legal frameworks that limit the action and autonomy of civil society organizations. We are also concerned with the growing criminalization of social protest, multiple forms of state violence that persist in everyday life, and persecution of human rights defenders and community leaders. We are also alarmed by militarization of our territories and implementation of so-called security policies whose effects are devastating on our communities and people of color. So we ask the states, are you aware of the impact that these affect the expressed needs of citizens? What are the states doing to address this serious situation of civic space capture and restriction? Spaces for social partition are not concessions granted by government. They're achievements won by historic struggles. And these spaces we reject practices of instrumentalization and manipulation according to short-term political interest. To guarantee full citizen participation, we need to recognize structural inequalities and public policies aimed at overcoming them. We also need to maintain linguistic, cultural, and territorial diversity that characterizes our Americas. We are also concerned regarding instrumentation of religious discourse for political purposes. It is important that the state be non-religious, and there must be equality of all spaces in public sphere, and promoting pluralistic and intercultural understanding for religion and spirituality in democratic coexistence. So we ask the states, how can we have public policies based on these standards within the OAS, especially when it comes to religion, in order to support these non-religious and instrumentalization? We want these multilateral spaces for dialogue and cooperation, like this one with the OAS, and we want mechanisms for expansion and growth, avoiding technicalities that promote closure rather than openness. Defending social participation and guaranteeing democratic persistence are essential for building just, inclusive societies that respect human dignity and fundamental freedoms. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Carla Angelini.
Thank you very much, Carla Angelini. Now we return to the states. Delegation of Mexico, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I like this new format. It seems successful, quite successful. Democracy is one of the most important pillars for peace, stability, and development of the people in the Americas. Democracy is intrinsically linked to respect of state sovereignty, non-intervention, and people's rights to freely decide what their future should be. Defending democracy and respecting sovereignty are complementary. Democracy only flourishes when citizens can freely exercise their will without pressure and without interference, the legitimate expression of their popular will. And that's why we have insisted that promoting democracy cannot be used as a justification to undermine states or to favor outside foreign policies. To the contrary, it should privilege dialogue, cooperation, citizen participation, and consensus building to avoid measures that deepen political polarization or that weaken national institutions. Mexican strongly defends that electoral processes be fair and free. Popular will cannot be replaced by economic pressure, misinformation campaigns, foreign governments, and co-optation of votes, or intents to unduly interfere in citizens' rights. Democratic legitimacy can only come from free determination of voters, and we need to face the challenges. Economic and social inequalities persisting, as mentioned, political polarization, violence, misinformation, population exclusion, and the attempt to revert the rights that have been achieved by all of society's sectors. Building democratic governance in the region is ongoing work that includes the state, society as well, because democratic trust, if not built, meeting the structural causes of the poverty and problems in our region, it will be a limiter to the development of democracy and to our people throughout the region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mexico. We will now move to question 7, which is the last one of this segment, and we will have 3 speakers. Question 7 reads as follows. What institutional, legal, or practical obstacles currently limit effective citizen participation in the region? And how can governments, civil society, and the OAS work together to overcome them? I now like to give the floor to Jaime Ibarre from Multitudes Foundation, speaking on behalf of the Coalition Citizens Forum of the Americas. Mr. Ibarra, the floor is yours.
So the democratic governments, we observe that the obstacles are not found in the lack of mechanisms, but also the great gap that there's between participation. And also we see at this current moment, there are spaces for dialogue, and there's a lot of frequency. The civil society is participating with not a lot of clarity of how they affect the political decision. When there's not visible results that come from this, there's not institutional trust. We add the structural and legal obstacles, but there's also restrictions in the civic area, and there's also digital gaps. The risks that are confronted by the press and those that represent human rights affects in great manner to women, indigenous group, young people, and those historically vulnerable. It's a reality that is worsening with the expansion of lack of information, and the manipulation of information has created new challenges in the informed participation. With this scenario, the states should advance towards model that will participate with transparency and the call to action. And it's also, we should show how the contribution of citizens are considered. Civil society has a very important role in this, and it's fundamental. We must generate evidence, strengthening capacities, and having bridges among communities and institutions, and making it more sustainable when the participation is also done with accessible information, active listening, and accountability. So OAS in this sense had advanced in great manner, but it can also have a strategic role with better participation that is more significant, strengthening cooperation, promoting response coordinated with the closing of civic spaces and financing. The question for democracy, there's in regards to participation, are we building institutions that are able to listen and to respond to the citizens? The quality of that response will depend on the legitimacy and resilience of democracy in our region. Thank you. I would like to say thank you, Jaime Ibarra. In the same topic, we would also like to invite Intervene Marina Diaz from the Coalition for Venezuela. Ana Maria Diaz, you have the floor. I would like to say thank you, Ambassador. To strengthen governance, regional governance, we must approach the challenges that will limit the participation of the citizens. In the sense of the Declaration of Jakarta about the rights to participate, it's a tool that has been created by specialists all around the world that approaches this in a practical manner and in innovative ways of how we can get through these barriers. Today, I put to disposition, this document is to your disposition as the first contribution for this forum. We still have the challenge of making those that are in human mobility that they can become part, and the Coalition of Venezuela and the diasporas and the organizations of civil society that is organized, and we have the capacity, technical capacities, and territorial comprehension that is utilized in the different public policies and of the hemisphere. The traditional methods that we do of consultation become procedural and they don't ensure the real impact, and we have heard it many times in this forum, the significant participation. The complexity of our nations and the cutback of our funds and also the regional participation makes us change from a model of consultation to participative governance that we will not only be invited voices, but we also be practical and participative. So I want to talk about 3 lines of action, make the participation of dialogue and participation more robust, and the civil participation of OAS more active, that will help us to make feedback of the resolution and mandates before it's formally adopted, and also the pre-established support and the manual and the participation of civil society in the participation of everything in OAS, and also the judicial and the protection of civil society and the legal framework, and also the indicator of that we can have us, and looking at all these proposals in a more transparent manner. The government of Panama, our host, I want to thank you in the name of millions of Venezuelans for also taking us into account of how we were able to vote. We will never forget what you did for us. I would like to say thank you. Thank you, Ana Maria Diaz. And to complete the interventions from civil society in this segment, in the same topic, we'll also hear Mrs. Julieta Altieri from the Latin America Network from Young People for Democracy, and she will be speaking for Democracia, Justice, and Political Renovation. Ms. Altieri, please go ahead. The floor is yours. I would like to say thank you and good afternoon to one and all. Today I'm going to talk to you from the commitment, looking at a generation that we're not giving up. The data is also showing us, and less than half of the young people in Latin America are supporting democracy as a system, and 3 of every 4 young people thinks there's interests that are not really exactly for the youth. But this is not apathy, but it's a critical response because of what is happening that many times they ignore us. And in place of giving up, the young people are deciding to act upon it. We want to do activism today in our region. It's a challenge of great resistance. The participation, citizen participation, looks like a privilege of those who can activate are those that are not behind them because they're exercising their rights. But young people is in the first line of defense, and our network is a great example of this. Many of young people groups also risking their integrity to defend the rights, human rights, and promoting the principle of democracy in all of the region. Today we raise our voice to report also the repression that is against us and closing the civic spaces in Cuba and Venezuela, and we become solidarity with those young, in democracy, hybrid democracy, or in situations that are also being persecuted by press and criminalization or protest, but not even exile or even taking into jail, has silenced the commitment of the young people with liberty. On the other hand, in the digital terrain, well, algorithms also and AI multiplies the lack of information quicker than what the institutions can react The young people are responding actively, creating networks of verifications and also digital awareness and citizens' resistance. To get out of this crisis, we don't need speeches of condescendence, but we need joint actions, and we need that the member state stop designing policies for the youth alone, and that they also help us to co-design them with them. And we need OAS and the member state to establish guidelines that are clear, regulatory, that are in the digital ecosystems, and we need to have participation in civil society. And activism will never be a system of judicial or political repercussion. As civil society, we're not asking them for just to give us a participation, but we want to also have the responsibility that corresponds to us. Thank you. Thank you, Julieta Altieri. And we close out with this block with the states that are also enrolled in advance to manifest their points of view and respect. And now the delegation of Brazil and Ambassador Laura Garocha will be the next to participate.
Não, antes de mais nada,
I want to thank you and the organization of everyone here. And this question is so fundamental. And that's important. We need to discuss together how to face the greatest challenges for civil society participation, which is so important for strengthening democracy, and not just a pro forma participation. This needs to be true, significant participation. Most of the challenges were already mentioned, and I would just like to point to two in particular. One is, which was already mentioned here, related to the quality of spaces for this manifestation and interaction and building. Having these spaces, quality spaces for the region, for the countries in the region, has been facing a lot of difficulties, and we need to work together to avoid the loss of these spaces. And as Brazil sees it, this is absolutely critical. It's critical that we open spaces for participation in public policies, not just for trust building, which is absolutely critical as well, but also because countries need to establish quality public policies, and this requires broad participation from different segments of society. In the case of Brazil, in 2023, we established better civil participation under the presidency, with a number of actors focused on support from the president and strengthening this interaction with civil society, government, unions, and popular movements. In each one of the secretariats and each one of the departments of government, we strengthen this dialogue, and this also extends to budget, establishing budget, and something else I also want to share here, which is, I think, it can be a very useful experience, which is a digital channel, a platform called Participatory Brazil, which was established so that the population can digitally send their public policy proposals to the government. And this was launched back in 2023, and 2 million people have taken part in over 300 processes. I think this is a step in the right direction. We need to strengthen this. We need to apply this for participation, international reunions. OAS in particular should adopt something like this, not just these spaces for dialogue with civil society, but as we establish what priorities should be. Another important challenge, and I think we do still need to keep this at the front of our mind, is that there's a lot of inequality in our region. So when we talk about social participation, we need to talk about inclusion, we need to talk about racial justice, we need to talk about involving all of society, and the OAS has a very important role in all of this as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brazil. And now we'll continue with the delegation of Uruguay with a word from Ambassador of Ecolanza. Please go ahead, Ambassador. Thank you, Secretary. And I want to make use to congratulate the Secretary and also the Assistant Secretary General for this format. And for Uruguay, the challenges that we see as it has been manifested, the ones that we're having in the region are not solved with less voices. They're solved with more voices and more participation. And we want to congratulate, and we are excited to be here and presencing an event with all the voices of the civil society, and also of no matter the place, the trends, ideological trends. We are very grateful democracy is strengthened this way, And it's a system that is noisy without a doubt. It's a system that is quite complex. The definition that was given by Charchiles in the worst except others, it shows us that it has never been easy. We're in a very complex moment. It has never been easy. And this becomes our responsibility. That's why they pay us a salary. And I think that the spaces is really important. The second thing that I would also want to mention, OAS, there is something very important that has to be done, consolidated through resolutions, decisions from the Commission and the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, and which is the structure of the participation. We don't need to reinvent anything, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So what we cannot do is regress. So we cannot take steps backwards. And I'm going to say this clearly. We're talking about this in all sense. Countries where we have suppressed the civic spaces, as it has been mentioned here, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba, are the citizens that are mostly suffering this situation. But civil society has also said that there has been regression in other countries. So we cannot have this double point of view and only report some of the things that are mostly clear. So for this reason, we must guide and have responsibility of everything and preserve. The states are the ones that are responsible. We cannot look to the sides. And in those 40 years we have been having democracy without interruption after dictatorship, it would not interrupt. There will not be interrupting the standards that are already existent. I'm going to mention a few in my country. Is my time up? What we have seen through the standards of OAS, and they have to do with the law that has been 2008, that has been a law that we have been having of how we inform, and the alliance and its applicancy of a wider participation through the alliance of open government and transparency that has been done. And now I'll let you go ahead. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Uruguay. Thank you to each one of you. It has been a rich conversation, living democracy without a doubt. Democratically, I'll ask you to please come down to the scenario because we're going to go on to the third segment, which is human rights. So I want to invite you kindly to those that will be participating in the delegation of Panama, Uruguay, Chile, and Mexico to please come up to the stage. And the person that will be moderator, the Executive Secretary of the Inter-American, Dr. Tania Peno Pansi, will be the one that will be the moderator. Thank you. chiefs of delegations, head of delegations for our coalition. One of the greatest and relevant advancements in the region is the awareness of the needs of protecting the vulnerable communities. In fact, the systems of human rights should preserve its universal characters and respond to the real needs, avoiding debates, ideological debates that fragments consensus or deviate resources from the most urgent priorities. In this sense, we celebrate when they adopt the 3rd of June, the resolution 1311 2599-25 and of declaration without consent, inter-American consensus, strengthening the institutional legitimacy of the institution. We observe in great manner that there is a draft in Article 27 that contemplates mechanisms of bureaucratic follow-up, resulting unacceptable administrative deviating funds, while OAS is going through financial lack that has forced them to sell their assets to subsist. And for this reason, we will recommend and we ask respectfully to the member states that the new group operates under the principle of zero resources from the regular financing itself exclusively through voluntary contributions that are external. Finally, we consider that promoting human rights of the population of Afro-descendants and indigenous populations that are vulnerable and vulnerable groups should be translated into tangible results, and also in security, sanitary infrastructure, and access to the basic services are the real priorities in the region. Here is where we should center all of our efforts. Thank you. I would like to say thank you. At this time, we will begin the first phase of this 3rd segment of the dialogue. I would like to invite the delegates of Panama for any reflections or responses in regards to the interventions that have already been presented. Panama, you have the floor. Thank you. The Republic of Panama recognizes that in human rights there are challenges that we must look into, and we refer to the advancements that we have seen as a countries that have been reported to the international entities. Panama has great advancements in regards to coverage and digital health. We have expanded the services of mobile health and telemedicine, ensuring continuity of the care of mothers whom are pregnant in the most remote areas of the countries. In regards to the migrants, we also have protocols of access to justice that make it prioritized to indigenous communities and those that are also going through violence based on gender, making sure that their condition of mobility will not be an obstacle for the protection of their rights. Through a strategy to face the migratory crisis south-north, Panama accomplished a reduction of 99% of irregular migration through the National Park of Darien. In last November, we presented the report, the voluntary report of migration, in which we showed the efforts and advancement and commitments to promote a secure migration and that will be regular and in order. Due to a strategic alliance between the government and the Ombudsman and the High Commission of the UN, for refugees, we created the work group of violence based on gender that unifies efforts to offer a response that is humanitarian, that is coherent. The state of Panama strengthened its institutional framework by approving a work permit for people that are refugees, that are requiring asylums or victims. And this measure also helps them to be part of our economy and also their rights to work. We have a plan of integral development for the indigenous group that promotes its participation in the process of national development. In justice, in its framework, there has been great advancement, and I see that my time is almost up. We had the first experience of a transfer Garisubdu indigenous group in Gunayala, which is an example of the leadership of Panama in regards to migration due to the climate.
Creo que ya se me acabó el tiempo.
I think I ran out of time. Don't worry. You can go to the next page, it's fine. Domestic problems. And given the great challenges regarding what we've just talked about, the government of Panama is going to redouble its efforts and actions with the objective of protecting and promoting human rights, above all, focused on the most vulnerable groups in our society. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. We now will hear from Juliana Miranda, Center for CELS, the Center for Legal and Social Studies, will be talking on behalf of the American Coalition on Drug Policies. Please respond to question 9, which is, what areas for improvement do you identify in the response of the OAS and the Inter-American system regarding the region's main human rights challenges? What concrete recommendations would you propose to strengthen capacities for prevention, protection, and access to justice? Juliana, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. From the American Coalition on Drug Policies, a network of civil society organizations that promotes drug policies grounded in human rights, public health, and scientific evidence, we've observed that many of the principal human rights challenges facing our region, like social inclusion, discrimination, criminalization, unequal access to justice, and institutional weakening, manifest with particular intensity in the area of drug policy. In this context, one of the main challenges for the OAS and the Inter-American system is to bridge the gap between human rights commitments that states have undertaken and the responses they implement to address these challenges. When security policies become detached from human rights, from the rule of law, and from democratic principles, the risks of abuse and arbitrariness increase. Militarized responses throughout Americas have worsened, and they have renewed and deepened levels of violence in near-war paradigm and failed the war on drugs, which has claimed thousands of lives without preventing the growth of organized crime. We need to change the model, and so we have 3 recommendations. First, strengthen prevention through investments in education, health, employment, social inclusion, and community development, addressing structural cause of exclusion. Second, reinforce accountability through effective monitoring and oversight systems for security policies that ensure state actions actually comply with inter-American human rights standards. And third, expand access to justice through reforms that guarantee proportionality in sentencing and to promote alternatives to punishments for minors and nonviolent drug-related offenses, prioritizing responses based on care, public health, social inclusion, and scientific evidence. The 2013 Antigua Guatemala Declaration and the 2014 Resolution on Human Rights and Drugs already pointed in this direction. More recently, Resolution 1/26 on organized crime and human rights in the Americas calls for refraining from militarized strategies to address organized crime and for developing comprehensive policies that are particularly focused on the most vulnerable communities. In this context, we need to strengthen democracy, security, and human rights in the Americas, and this requires people-centered responses that are evidence-based and committed to social justice. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Rocio Belén D'Angelo from Citizen Go, Inc., as spokesperson for the Coalition on Access to Justice and the Rule of Law. The floor is yours. Your Excellency, Secretary General Albert Ramdin, distinguished delegates, and member states and representatives of civil society. I appreciate the opportunity to respond to this important question on behalf of the Coalition for Access to Justice and the Rule of Law. From as we see it, the first area for improving this inter-American system is an integral system of looking at humans. We too often see that debates are often ideological, but the inter-American system arrives too late. Families are often displaced, and victims have already lost years looking for justice. Human rights are not legal, are realities faced by real people, and that is why we need to reaffirm and clearly reaffirm protection of right, the most important thing for human rights. And this is included in the San Jose Costa Rica Pact. And if we don't defend from conception to the end of life, there is no reason for being. That's why there's a human right of the family as the first network of protection, care, and first helping people. The most resilient societies are not the ones that replace families, but strengthen them. Family should not be seen as an obstacle for rights. It is the true reason for existence. In terms of concrete recommendations, we propose strengthening and supporting vulnerable families, helping pregnant women facing difficulties, support children, and non-criminalization. Finally, given the great violations of human rights violations that continue happening in Nicaragua, Cuba, Haiti, etc., and in territories that have been affected by organized crime, the OAS needs to be offer strong protection for victims, political prisoners, and support liberties and rights. Silence hurts all. Silence is complicity. And we need to understand that defense of these rights has often been lost in the inter-American system. Freedom of expression and thought should be absolutely focused on a focus for absolutely everyone. Without strong families, there is no future. Without freedom, there's no true justice. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Muchas gracias por su intervención.
Thank you for your intervention. We now give the response in the third segment of dialogue. Delegation of Uruguay, the floor is yours for reflections, comments, or responses to the interventions we just heard. Uruguay, the floor is yours. Thank you, Minister, and congratulations for the interventions. We see how the civil society is so important and how we are using human rights to ensure protections and guarantees for exercise and implementation of human rights. And as such, we believe that there's an importance that we be objective when we look at human rights. And this demands are more important than ever before, because there's no absolute right. All rights require ponderation, just balancing. The inter-American system, both the court and commission, have authorities, and the charter exist. These authorities can interpret these questions that are absolutely critical, and they allow for social development, democratic development, participation, freedoms, and of course, all the rights in the inter-American system. And that is why I believe it is critical that we ensure the autonomy and independence of the inter-American system of human rights, and the system consists of people. We understand that. It is people-centered. And that's why the processes for choosing and electing people need to be based on merit, on merit and right, and those who truly understand human rights in general and in the inter-American system also needs to respect this need. The lack of conflict of interests is absolutely critical, especially for those who are running or nominated for the commission and the court. Non-involvement in politics or political actions. We've heard so many different perspectives today. But it truly shows us that there's a need to have objective, impartial interpreters who truly understand these inter-American systems for interpreting laws. I don't know if it's going to meet everyone's needs, but let's just focus on justice, but it will allow us to read the most proper or the best choices. And this is a place for us to act. Both the court and the commission can exercise and use these preventive measures, as we've heard so much. Preventive measures, visits, when the country so require them or the commission so requires them. Communications, which is sometimes an early alert system. Submissions that also follows a legal framework. All of these legal instruments are important for preventing abuse in the system, and they should be freely exercised within the system. We are one of the few continents, including Africa and Europe, that has this conquest, this achievement of the people. It's not the states that have achieved it, it's the people, the victims, the people who take part in the system have built the system. So this is the questions. We need to strengthen the system. We need to strengthen it financially. Uruguay actually submitted a proposal so that this can be funded by the OAS or supported by the OAS, also with the necessary resources for the court, specifically to strengthen independence, the independence of these bodies, independence and autonomy of those who need to interpret human rights as fundamental and basic rights. Thank you for the delegation of Uruguay. We now move to the Coalition for Rights of Sex Workers, represented by Irina Yaniska Ceballos from the Association for Improvement the Quality of Life of Sex Workers and Former Sex Workers, also called La Sala. Please reflect on question 10. The question is, what are the main challenges facing the region in preventing and combating organized crime, transnational crime, illicit economies, while simultaneously ensuring respect and protection of human rights? Do you identify any best practice in the region? And how could the OAS and the Inter-American human rights system collaborate in this regard? The floor is yours. One of the main challenges in the region when it comes to organized crime from the perspective of sex workers is to overcome approaches that equate sex work with human trafficking. The difference is simple. Where there's a threat, deception, or exploitation, there's trafficking. Where there's consent and autonomy, there is not. These are distinct phenomena and require different responses. Confusing sex work with trafficking weakens the fight against organized crime, and it does not protect the real victims, and it violates our human rights. We hold this because in many cases, state policies lead to persecution of sex workers, while the real criminal networks continue operating with high levels of impunity. Various organizations that are part of this coalition have documented how raids and arbitrary detentions, extortion, and police violence are justified in the name of combating trafficking, but they end up affecting the very people whose rights should be protected. For us, the main good practice is not a police operation. For us, it is recognizing that sex workers are legitimate interlocutors. When our organization participates in public policies, the capacity to detect real situations of tracking and exploitation increases. But when we are excluded, clandestine and hidden, things are hidden, and we are unable to strengthen the fertile, and we create fertile ground for crime and protection of human rights is weakened. The OAS can play a key role in promoting approaches that ensure security policies and that these be built from a human rights perspective. Sex workers are not the problem that security policies need to combat. We are strategic allies to identify and report situations of violence, exploitation, and trafficking. Trafficking is a crime and needs to be prosecuted. Sex work is work and needs to be recognized as work.
Muchas gracias por su.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Luis Carlos Rodriguez de la Cruz from the Consultants Group for Human Rights and Displacement, CODHES, who will be representing the Coalition on Human Mobility in the Americas. Mr. Rodriguez, your reflections on question 10.
Tiene la palabra.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. From the Human Mobility Coalition of the Americas, we are concerned that in a number of countries in the region, the narratives, decisions, and agreements have focused on strengthening security policies under the argument of national sovereignty. And this led to more restrictive migration control measures, racial profiling. It's led to arbitrary detentions, to xenophobic and discriminatory narratives. It's led to expulsions without guarantees or due process, family separations, and obstacles to accessing international protection. These measures increase the vulnerability of those who migrate and push them towards dangerous routes and expose them to human trafficking, extortion, migrant smuggling, and other forms of violence. These forms of violence flourish precisely where the state withdraws or decides to persecute people in situations of forced mobility instead of dismantling funding of crimes. People in human mobility are not a threat, they are the primary victims. Security and human rights are not opposing rights, they work in complement for dialogue and participation between the states, actors, civil society, victims, migrants, displaced persons, and refugees. So we propose strengthening regional standards to guide security, protection, migration, and rights guaranteeing policies from a human rights perspective, strengthening the inter-American human rights system by increasing budget and capacity for personnel and technical assistance for countries to promote on-site monitoring and specialized rapporteurs and mandates, creating monitoring and early warning systems to monitor impacts of security on migration routes, identifying emerging dynamics of criminalities that affect human rights defenders and migrants. 3, establishing and strengthening multi-state cooperation spaces, promoting and strengthening technical cross-sectoral dialogues for refugees and migrants who have first-hand information about what is happening in territories and along the borders. The way to weaken organized crime is by strengthening the rule of law and by guaranteeing human rights for all, regardless of their migratory status. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We now give the floor to Natalia Morales Campillo from the Colombian Campaign Against Anti-Mine Campaign, who will be speaking on behalf of the Coalition on Humanitarian Disarmament and Multidimensional Security. Ms. Morales Campillo, the floor is yours to respond to question 10. Thank you very much. From the new Coalition on Human Disarmament and Multinational Dimensional Security, we consider that one of the main challenges in the Americas is addressing organized crime, transnational crime, and illicit economies through a multinational security approach and disarmament. This means not a police or military response, or more than just that, but includes prevention, institutional strengthening, justice, development, victim protection, and full respect for human rights. Today we face transnational organizations that combine drug trafficking, illegal mining, extortion, human trafficking, and other illegal activities that generate violence and weaken democratic institutions, affecting social development. Therefore, we can't just combat the consequences. We need to look at the conditions that allow for its expansion, like corruption, institutional gaps, weak state presence, and a lack of economic opportunities. There's a proliferation of arms that is highly available in the region, and this leads to coordination against regional organisms and specifically civil society. This also includes the persistence of anti-personnel mines and other explosive devices that continue to affect communities years after the conflicts have ended. So we've also observed and are concerned about the growing use of emerging technologies for criminal purposes, which includes use of drones against civil society and against the environment. This affects women. This affects women, girls, boys, adolescents, indigenous peoples, Afro-descendant communities, peoples with disabilities, migrants, and human rights defenders more than others. And so they need to be included in institutional responses. In the face of all these challenges, the region has valuable experiences like human disarmament, human education on an organization for ethnic groups and survivors and peer support and youth groups and coordinated work among civil societies as well as others. The OAS can help strengthening societies in the hemisphere through hemispheric cooperation, information exchanges, technical assistance, dissemination of good practice, and specifically thank you very much. Now we go on to the third segment with the member states. We'll start with the delegations who express their interest in advance. Delegation of Chile, the floor is yours. Good afternoon to the Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, esteemed delegations, members and representatives of civil society. First off, Chile really appreciates this opportunity to dialogue with civil society and civil society organization. Organized crime is one of the main threats that we are all facing. It directly affects democracy, security, human rights, and human development in our region. It is characterized by being able to adapt so that the state and the rule of law cannot adequately address the problems. And in fact, they work with drug trafficking, human trafficking, drugs trafficking, illegal mining, etc. They don't respect borders, and they don't respect ideologies. They work in different markets and different logistics chains throughout the world. Effectively combating humanized crime and respecting human rights do not work in conflict. In fact, they are absolutely critical for human security, for those who have been affected with by the most basic human rights, like life and liberty. And that is why effective responses need to focus on rule of law and a balance between safety, security, and human rights. We also believe that it's important that the states focus on human security and safety to address this scourge and to ensure economic progress, to generate jobs, and strengthen governance and the rule of law. Social causes that lead to proliferation of delinquency, especially among minors, needs to be a focus in the mid to long term. Thus far, regionally speaking, we have seen concrete measures for information exchanging, investigation, coordination among the police, oversight bodies, border controls, customs controls, and recovery of illicit assets. We also need to look at public policies, community participation, and all that helps strengthening. I also have no nothing. All that strengthens our focus. Chile, Argentina, Bolivia, Peru, and Ecuador, and Paraguay had a parallel meeting, and we agreed that the challenge is to overcome this fragmented response and reactive responses. We need to have a concrete objective and work together. We look at the Santiago Commitment, which shows our focus on terms and mechanisms for follow-up using mechanisms in existence and improving the mechanisms that we already have. And that way we think that the OAS can positively contribute to ensure capacity growth and helping us work together to address this problem. We can work police can work together, border agencies can work together to address the issues that we are all facing, to face organized crime. And we also see there's a meeting of the Justice Ministers of the Americas to focus on money laundering, GELEX. These are all measures that we are currently pursuing, looking for common works to look at human trafficking, arms trafficking, and the new technological modalities for pursuing crime. The Inter-American Commission on Human Rights has pronounced on this and offers a clear map to address this problem, strengthen civil societies, international cooperation, and full respect of basic guarantees is the way to go. Thank you very much. The delegation of Mexico, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. From Mexico, promoting and protecting human rights is a constitutional principle that needs to focus on sustainable and gender rights without discrimination, focusing on international human rights. We have a feminist foreign policy that is people-based in Mexico, and that is particularly favors women and all of their diversity and vulnerable groups and historically marginalized groups like the indigenous people, Afro-descendants, people with disabilities, older population, LGBTQIA+ populations, as well as so many others. Mexico is part of the main universal instruments and inter-American instruments for human rights, and we promote effective implementation thereof by strengthening democratic institutions, access to justice, and broad and plural access for all organizations in civil society. The Inter-American system in Mexico backs human rights bodies, the Commission and the Court specifically. We recognize their essential role in protecting people and in strengthening the rule of law. We have supported instruments throughout the region, including inter-American conventions against all forms of discrimination and intolerance and against racial discrimination, known as CIDI and CIRDI, in the Inter-American Convention for protection of human of people, of the elderly. We actively take part in of the Inter-American Declaration of the Indigenous Peoples and in negotiations for a future declaration, Inter-American Declaration on the rights of Afro-descendants. Recognizing the historic debt with Afro-descendant population means transforming or changing centuries of exclusion and ensuring participation, development, and involvement. Mexico believes that the primary regional challenges demand a response based on dialogue and international cooperation, not imposing rules, and that solutions need to be cross-cutting and to need basic rights. In terms of question 10, we believe that the biggest challenges that we're facing when it comes to preventing and combating organized crime and transnational crime and illicit economies is finding a true balance in legitimate needs for security and to respect and ensure and protect human rights. Security can only be sustained when it's based on the rule of law, on democracy and human dignity. This is nothing new. It is backed by the Declaration of Security in the Americas that was adopted in Mexico back in 2003, which established the concept of security and recognized that contemporary threats include terrorism, organized crime, drugs, corruption, arms trafficking, human trafficking, and so many other illegal activities that affect human development, democratic and human rights. In CIDH's resolution, we cannot forget that security and human rights do not work against others. They are complementary to each other, and that is why we need to avoid instrumenting hard-headed policies that undermine human rights in the focus of this fight as we fight against organized crime. This includes strengthening cooperation, sharing information among states, integral strategies for violence, specialized units for financial investigation to combat illicit gains and protections for victims, human rights defenders. The OAS plays a very important technical role in this regard. Mexico will continue to focus on this because the Inter-American system of human rights is absolutely critical for setting standards and strengthening institutions. The security strategies that are developed need to be effective and sustainable and compatible with the international obligations in terms of human rights. And so you can count on Mexico to support you in this regard. Thank you.
So we will go on to the delegation of Paraguay. So please remember that we have a time frame to comply with. Good afternoon. I see that we have time. I would like to say all the civil organizations and all the panelists and the minister and subsecretary. So we always state in our region of Latin America of being a place that is free of peace, just because we do not have warlike conflicts. But just we have had 100 victims of violent crimes. 30% of this are victims of organized crime. And for this reason, we have a problem which is the lack of security. And we heard the panelists recently from the previous blog of how the youth are losing and are not trusting in the democratic system because of the lack of response. And one of the lacks of response usually are presented to us are the lack of effective response against insecurity, the lack of security. We cannot speak about growth and development without security. Without this, there is no investment, and without investment, there's no growth. For this reason, I think that the main challenges that are presented to us today in the region, and the first, we must trust, building trust among the governments, no matter the ideologies, because transnational organized crime affects all of us, affects all of society in its diverse areas and the different crimes that we have heard previously. Those that have spoken from civil society, the different people. So we must eliminate the ideological of fighting against organized crime, building trust among the governments, in particular in the entities of securities and the entities, and the term is a better and effective judicial cooperation. We need judges that will sentence exemplary sentencing. We need ministries, public ministries. We need judges that will sentence effectively without fear. In particular, we need changes in the jail system that will allow jails to turn into universities, penitential reforms for those that do crimes. We need also, and this is something that we need to do, commitment among states, establishing a route with measures be taken into place immediately and midterm and long-term effectively against organized crime. And how can we collaborate with OAS, or how they can collaborate with the states and we have the Department Against Organized Crime, the National Department, the Inter-American Committee Against Terrorism, and we have the Inter-American Committee for the Control of Abuse of Drugs, Drug Abuse, CCAT. And we also must make use of the excellent interaction that we have with countries and other blocs of the European Union whom we're working effectively with programs like the PAC 2.0, Eurofront, Copolan, in accomplishing better communication among institutions, European like Europol, and CLASI. And all of this and all of the policies that we could implement of fighting against organized crime, respecting strictly the rights, the human rights of everyone, in particular of the victims, not only referring to the human rights of those that have also caused the problems, but also the human rights of the victims. Thank you. I'd like to thank you. I want to thank the intervention of the representatives of member states. And with this intervention, this third segment of human rights, we want to thank the valuable contributions, and we you kindly thanking the participants to that you can the segment number 4. And at this time I invite the spokespersons that corresponds and delegates from Canada, Mexico, please come up to the stage. And at this time, Dr. Tanya Pansi, Secretary of the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, whom will be the moderator of the last segment of this dialogue. I would like to say thank you to all participants. accompanying us. Thanks to you as well. We are in the last part of the dialogue, and at this time, you're going to go to question 11, 12, and in the last part of this luxurious panel that we have on board. In first place, I want to let Rodrigo Ivan Cortes Jimenez, your Coalition of Freedom of Conscience and Expression, Media and Representation of the Coalition for Freedom of Conscience and Expression, Coordinator of Service of Family Support. I would like to ask you about question 11. I'm going to read it once, and after other panelists as well will respond to the same question. Question is, how can the OAS and the Inter-American System promote an enabling and safe environment for the full participation of civil society and other social actors in the promotion and protection of human rights at the national and international levels? So at this time, we'll let Rodrigo Ivan for 2 minutes and a half, asking you that we will be fully respectful with the time frame. Dear Mrs. Secretary General, distinguished representative of the states, colleagues, the participation of civil society does not depend solely on the existence of consultation spaces. It depends above all on being able to take part in public life without fear of censorship, exclusion, or reprisals because of their convictions. For reason, an environment that is enabling for the participation of the citizens requires effective participation of the fundamental freedoms recognized both in the American Declaration and the American Convention of Human Rights: freedom of thought and expression, freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of association of citizens to participate in public affairs. Unfortunately, in countries across our region, we see a trend that worries us. Citizens, just or social organizations, and parents more pressure, stigmatized, or excluded from debate because they have ethic convictions, religious, or philosophical visions in regards to things that are related with human dignity, family, and life, education, or the protection of the children. It worries us in great manner the nation of legal protection, religious expression of good faith in Canada, and also judicial resolutions and initiatives of law that are a pretext that do not allow religious convictions in Mexico the freedom without depending on the addition of a determined vision, an ideological vision. For this reason, 3 concrete actions are recommended: that the states and OAS will also have protection of expression, rejecting every type of censorship or cancellation or discrimination against people because of their religious convictions or philosophical convictions. A democracy, authentic democracy, plurally, requires everybody can participate in public debate and those that are in different positions with what's in place. The Inter-American System will reaffirm the effective protection of the liberty of religion that are recognized in Article 12 in the making sure that nobody will be excluded for acting based on their convictions. And last, OAS and the Inter-American System should be I'm sorry, they said it was time. It was 5 seconds. What else did you say? It was 5 more seconds. An orthodox illogical. Thank you, Carlos. So I want to Giselia Leticia de Leon from Sehil. She is representing the Coalition of Human Rights of Organization of the Americas to also respond to question number 11. Welcome and thanks for being here. Thanks, Mr. Secretary. Ensuring the safe and effective participation of civil society is an obligation of the OAS member states. On behalf of the Coalition of Human Rights, we would like to highlight 2 priorities to advance on this objective. First, expanding, not restricting the civic space and its participation. In the recent years, we have observed the adoption of regulation and practices aimed at controlling, obstructing the functioning of civil society organization. The first condition to revert this trend is for states to adopt prevention and protection measures that will allow those that are defending human rights to carry out their work freely and safely. These setbacks documented in different degrees in countries such as Argentina, Cuba, Ecuador, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Paraguay, Peru, and Venezuela restrict civic space and weaken the defense of human rights. This concern was also reflected within the OAS this year when the proposal was made to limit participation in those. We are increasingly concerned about reprisals against individuals and organizations that use inter-American systems or OAS forums. These reprisals include attacks by highly level authorities, criminalization processes, and others. And these reprisals are not hypothetical. For example, in Peru, recently Judge Oswaldo Ordóñez was recently not confirmed in his position after participating in a hearing before the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, IACHR. So we're asking for the creation of a specific mechanism to avoid and respond to reprisals. Given the increase in such cases in the region, it is urgent that the inter-American system have a tool that is specific to approach this. Civil society is a fundamental ally to strengthen peace, security, and democracy in our region. Its participation results fundamental. Thank you. Thank you, Gisela de Lejon from Sehil. And at this time, I'd like to say Marta Cecilia Villafuerte from Asociación Vida Humana Integral Human Life as spokesperson representing the Life and Family Coalition. And Marta Cecilia, please go ahead for 2.5 minutes. Welcome. Thank you, moderator, honorable minister, excellent minister, assistant secretary general, and delegate from the member states. No society can truly protect the human rights if it excludes the voices of those who work daily in the service of the communities, families, and the life in all stages. From the coalition Life and Family that has more than 80 civil society, made up by more than 80 civil society, we have proposal to strengthen an environment that is secure for the participation of the citizens, ensuring equity, democracy, solid democracy, make sure that all the legitimate constituted organization can participate in conditions that are equal terms, including those that work for the protection of human life from its conception, strengthening the family, also freedom of consciousness and religious freedom. That is the real respect for diversity. We recognize and the contribution in concrete that is done by thousands of organizations of civil society promoting human rights and starting by the right for life, the budgeting which is very important for the exercise of all other rights. In all the continent, all these organizations are worked alongside with pregnant women, supporting pregnant women and children without the first 1,000 days of life, defending the inherent dignity of every human being, strengthening the family as the main environment of protection, care, and economical nucleus of each country, promoting education free from indoctrination, preventing all types of violence, and providing care to those that are in vulnerable situations. Organizations working for the not only identify problems, but they also give concrete responses where the state does not accomplish to get there with the same efficiency and with the same closeness and quickness. This is incorporating the process of consultation based on evidence from civil society, strengthening mechanisms of cooperation that would allow us to widen the impact of initiatives and benefit of the nations. A participation with as authentic of civil society is not measured by the protection of the voices of whom agree, but the capacity of ensuring that all voices can participate freely. Thank you. Thank you, Marta Cecilia. Thank you, Marta Cecilia. And now we will listen to one of the states that are part of the Organization of American States. And now we have the honor of the Ambassador Stuart Sabash from Canada, whom will participate.
Oh, I'll give you the floor for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, please.
You're very kind, Madam Moderator. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And above all, thank all of you for coming here and participating. This is important. Your voices matter, all of you. And I really appreciate being able to share this moment with you today. We are very pleased in particular that the invitations to this event were extended to such a broad list of voices, thoughts, beliefs across the Americas, representing all sectors. It's super important because your engagement at institutions like these remains a priority for Canada because it's a priority for democracy. An enabling and safe environment for civil society is fundamental for inclusive and strong democracies. Across the hemisphere, however, unfortunately, civil society space is under pressure. In some places, we're seeing restrictive so-called NGO laws, harassment, even violence against human rights defenders, and barriers to participation. When civil society cannot operate freely, accountability weakens and human rights are at risk. Canada believes that action is needed at various levels. States must ensure a safe and enabling legal and operational environment for civil society. States should seek to protect freedom of expression, association, and peaceful assembly. They should prevent and respond to threats against human rights defenders and journalists, and adopt laws and policies that facilitate civil society participation. It is also something that means ensuring access to diverse funding for civil society organizations and promoting inclusive participation, particularly of women, Indigenous people, youth, and marginalized populations. The OAS and the Inter-American System have a crucial role in setting standards and providing protection for civil society. The Inter-American Commission and Human Rights Court must be fully supported to carry out their mandates, including precautionary measures and monitoring of civil society space. We should continue to strengthen mechanisms for civil society, participation within the OAS processes, and ensure diverse voices inform all our decision-making. Finally, we must deepen partnerships with civil society as equal stakeholders. This includes structured dialogue, broad consultations, co-creation of policies, and support for citizen-led accountability initiatives. Canada remains committed to the promotion and protection of human rights, gender equality, inclusion, and the protection of civic space. We will continue to support human rights defenders, promote meaningful civil society participation, and work with partners across the Americas to ensure that civil society can operate freely, safely, and effectively, both nationally and internationally. Because without a civil society that is vibrant and protected spaces for them, there can be no full realization of human rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador.
With the participation of the Ambassador Stuart Sabash, we finished the round of question number 11. At this time, we're going to initiate question number 12. I would like to invite Ivan Chaniz from the Foundation Equal, Fundación Iguales, that you can answer question number 12. How can states, the OAS, and the Inter-American System strengthen the protection and promotion of the human rights in individuals and communities facing different forms of discrimination and exclusion? What are the main challenges in this area, and what are the best practices or experiences would you highlight? So Ivan Chaniz, LGBTT+, and is representing, and welcome. Good afternoon to all. To strengthen the protection and promotion of human rights of the historically discriminated population, it is essential to reaffirm and strengthen the role of OAS in the Inter-American human rights system. This requires providing its bodies with the necessary resources to fulfill their mandates, supporting their legitimacy, and above all, ensuring that the states fully implement the recommendations of IACHR, the obligations and assumed under Inter-American treaties and the standard developed by the Inter-American Courts of Human Rights. At a national level, we must consolidate public policies aimed at reducing structural inequalities and guaranteeing effective access to justice, education, health, employment, and social protection. This implies strengthening the institutions responsible for promoting equality and non-discrimination, producing high-quality information to guide public policy, and ensuring effective mechanisms for prevention, reporting, protection, and redress in case of violence and discrimination. It is necessary to sustain and expand policies related to gender equality, sexual and reproductive rights, comprehensive sexuality education, and the inclusion of all communities historically excluded. Likewise, it is essential to protect the conditions for democratic participation, guaranteeing freedom of expression, association, and peaceful protest, and recognize the fundamental role of the organizations of civil society. those that defend human rights, journalism, and social movements in building more just and democracy-inclusive democracies. In this, the participation of organizations and social actors in recent consultative processes of the Inter-American Court on Care, Climate Emergency, and Democracy demonstrate the enormous value of an active and engaged civil society capable of contributing solutions in the region. The protection of human rights does not only depend on recognizing rights, but also building strong institutions, open democracies, and effective mechanisms of participation, strengthening the inter-American system, ensuring the implementation of its standards, and expanding civil society participation is not an option. It's an essential condition for ensuring no person or community left behind. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Iván.
Thank you, Ivan. I'd like to give the floor to answer question 12 to Mireya del Carmen Payart from the Voices of. You've got a whole fan base here, don't you, Mireya? Mireya represents the voices of Afro-descendant women in Panama, and so local voice, and spokesperson for the Coalition of Afro-Descendants of the Americas. Thank you for being here. The floor is yours for 2.5 minutes to answer the question number 12. Good afternoon. We speak on behalf of those who have no voice. The Afro-descendant communities and populations of Latin America and the Caribbean, we recognize progress in terms of human rights, but structural inequalities and systemic racism continues to limit our lives. And given such, and in response to question 12, we'd like to stress that under the second bicentennial of Afro-descendants is that the OAS and Inter-American system needs to reaffirm the human rights of democracy and democracy as central pillars of their mandate. We demand that negotiations for the Inter-American Declaration on the rights of people and communities, Afro-descendant peoples and communities, be concluded. And the member states need to ratify and strongly apply Inter-American Convention Against Racism. Good practices that the OAS has pursued and that the Inter-American system has pursued, we'd like to point to the opportunities for exchange with civil society. However, in recent years, we are concerned because certain states have removed these spaces and put pressure to make invisible the problem of Afro-descendant participation in these thematic spaces and in studies, and the very little actions to promote, ratify, and implement the CIRDE, the Inter-American Human Rights Coalition. We want more thematic hearings and ensure true, effective use, support of Afro-descendant peoples and human rights defenders. Afro-descendant communities continue to be affected and disproportionately by armed violence, by institutional violence, by racial profiling and organized crime. You still have, can we give her 1 more minute? Racial profiling is a reality. Lethal police operatives and an alarming increase in gender and institutional violence against our women and youth. We demand that these policies be revisited and that they be focused on human rights, on due process, and a direct approach that addresses racial inequalities. We need to consult. We need to follow the Inter-American Human Rights Court, and this needs to be complied with their obligations that the court has promoted. Thank you so much. Sadly, we have to we have to end.
Mireya, tenemos que concluir para que todo el
Everyone is granted the same number of minutes. They say that there's no audio on YouTube, so can the technicians double check what's going on with YouTube? Again, everyone should have access to the sound and at the same time.
Toca la palabra a
the representative from Mexico, Pedro Cisneros, interim representative of Mexico to the OAS. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much, Secretary. Mexico is convinced that an active, plural, and free society strengthens states, offers legitimacy to governments, and enriches our lives, our democratic lives. Civil society participation in OAS should be seen as an opportunity to ensure regional multilateralism with citizens' voices that focuses on human rights and an intersectionality that constructively offers support for defense of the greatest and most important causes of the nation. The OAS needs to fulfill its mandate when it comes to an inclusive and transparent dialogue among the states, social other sectors, and civil society. It's not just focused on imposing agendas, it's on serving as a bridge for sharing experiences and building trust with full respect of sovereignty of the nations, of the rules of the organization, and the diversity of voices in the hemisphere. For Mexico, a useful OAS is one that broadens participation, that avoids selective exclusion, and strengthens through multilateralism people's abilities to take part in the decisions that affect their public life. Given the number of ideas that affect human rights and gender equality, civil society is a clear ally for multilateral and state work. Don't desist, don't give up. Keep raising awareness. You have great value, and so does the Inter-American human rights system for democracy in the region. Your support is absolutely fundamental, critical to transmit in citizens' language the normative needs that we have in this region and where we are the vanguard in terms of human rights. At the same time, we are the most unequal region of the world where there are minority sectors with concentrations of politics and wealth that oppose any progress in the region and offer undiscriminately ensure inequalities. So we need to raise awareness, and we need to focus on and be committed to democracy, focus on gender, focus on intersectionality that will allow us to build bridges that include all people in civic participation and encourage greater activism, pacific but firm at the same time. One strong instrument relates to digital. Not just raising red flags and the dangers that we all face, but we need to be more responsible in taking advantage of these tools to ensure social justice, to ensure inclusion of all people, and to defend and promote human rights. The states, civil society, and the OAS, we need to work together in this regard so that we can support all populations, especially those in vulnerable situations. We are convinced that women need to be actors, important actors in the solution. Their full and equal participation needs to be part of every part of public policy. Once again, we thank you, Panama, and the Ambassador Laura Gil, Assistant Secretary General of the OAS, for this dialogue. We'd also like to thank the work of Paulina Crominas with the Office of Civil Society at the OAS and the entire team of the General Secretary that has facilitated this dialogue and in its new format. The delegation of Mexico is here to help you and to take part in these spaces with Inter-American dialogue and to continue to build a more inclusive and just region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the representative from the delegation of Mexico. Is there sound on YouTube? Otherwise, we're going to have to go back and repeat this all over. I'm kidding. No, because there's the official opening ceremony. But I think it's just among us. I think they lost sound for just a little bit. Thank you to everyone. And now we will continue with question 13. This is the last question. And I'd like to give the floor to Pedro Daniel Contreras, Center for New Democracy Political Thought, on behalf of Youth and Freedoms Coalition. Daniel, the question is Pedro Daniel, the question is the following. What do you consider to be the main achievements and challenges for promotion and protection of human rights of youth in the digital environment? How can states, civil society, the private sector, and the OAS work together to maximize the opportunities offered by new technologies, including artificial intelligence, and prevent risks such as misinformation, discrimination, digital violence, and manipulation of the public sphere? This big question, and you only have 2.5 minutes to answer. The floor is yours. Thank you. New technologies have broadened access to knowledge and participation in public affairs, but with these opportunities, significant challenges have emerged: disinformation, manipulation, digital violence, and the response cannot be less freedom, but more responsibility and more participation. And that is why we are concerned that protecting youth is used to ensure censor. Combating disinformation cannot be a pretext for silencing legitimate opinions or for excluding from debate those who have different views. In December, the Human Rights Committee at the OAS talked about Article 13 more than includes that the texts that were never included. Let's be frank. The text of the convention was to reduce freedom of expression, hostilities, and lack of freedom of expression is to maximize freedom. This report I'd like to reintroduce through a more advanced interpretation. This isn't through inter-American interest. This is not following its origin. As my country sees, we support content creators who have faced legal problems and censure for expressing their thoughts, often based on what they believe. And this has also happened in other countries in the region. The convention needs to be there to protect these youth and to protect their digital content, not to use as an arm that attacks them and attacks their awareness, their consciousness, their faith, their beliefs. This is a system that needs to ensure freedom, and it cannot follow an ideological policy. And that's why we ask the states and civil society and the private sector and OAS to work together for digital literacy, for transparency.
Unos segunditos más.
Just a few seconds just to finish. Respecting fundamental freedoms, expression, freedom of religion, and rights of individuals so that they can continue to express their ideas. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. I failed. Stuart Savage, I'm sorry. I skipped you. I'm so...
Again, in order to answer question number 12 about diversity.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Modératrice.
Thank you very much. I would like to respond in surgeon. So many people in the Americas face discrimination and exclusion based on their sex, their race, their ethnic origin, their sexual orientation, and their economic spaces. This inequality is not just individual, it weakens democracy and social cohesion. Sexual rights and those with different sexualities have very little access to economics, access to justice. They face marginalization, and this affects Afro-descendants, immigrants, the LGBTQIA+, and indigenous peoples in so many contexts, and legal protections, and we need effective implementation of a more inclusive policy, or the creation of more inclusive one, and to reinforce the right against discrimination, to ensure equal access to justice and intersectionality. It is important to address these inequalities in health, in education, and economic participation. The OAS and the Inter-American system are absolutely critical are responsible for this. The Inter-American Court for Human Rights is an essential instrument for improving protection and rights for mostly for vulnerable groups. And it needs to effectively improve the recommendations. Policies are the most legitimate way to face this, so that we can include or promote inclusion, the use of youth, and to ensure equal participation of women and the marginalized groups. We need to include better budgets and specific programs that systematically address these systematic problems. And these need to be developed in partnership with civil society. We need to advance sexual equality and reconciliation of indigenous peoples. We are a partner that is engaged with all this work to improve the situation so that everyone can properly enjoy their rights and contribute to the prosperity of the region. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. And now to end this, we'll go to Belén Herrera, the National Network of Coalition on behalf on the Network for Women and Youth in Adolescence in Latin America and the Caribbean. And the floor is yours, two and a half minutes. Thank you so much for this question. Representatives of the OAS, organizations for civil society, and people of the Americas. We recognize the important progress in terms of connectivity and access to information and new opportunities for civil participation. Today, young people use digital spaces to organize, to exercise our rights, to strengthen democracy, and to drive social transformation. Nevertheless, digital inclusion cannot be measured only by access to internet or access to devices. To talk about digital inclusion means to talk about political participation, economic autonomy, access to rights, and security. And use and access to this that is free. We understand the major gaps that affect our lives, and hate speech. And this disproportionately affects the most historically vulnerable groups. And that is why we'd like to call on all for a building a democratic, multi-stakeholder, human rights-based digital governments. We young people do not want to be invited only to validate your already defined agendas. We would like to participate significantly in the design and the implementation and in evaluation of digital policies that impact our lives. And that is why digital inclusion needs to be seen as a question of democracy, social inclusion, and a right for all people and all youth in the Americas. Thank you very much. Thank you for sticking to those 2.5 minutes, Belén. We'd now like to end with Brazil's participation. I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Benjamin from the Department of International Integration for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Itamaraty, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil. Thank you very much. It is such a responsibility to end this with such a wonderful, rich discussion, and has been such a priority for Brazil, protecting the rights of human rights and the youth in this digital times. As I've mentioned so much, new technologies and digital transformation has impacted a number of spheres of life in the countries and populations, generating obviously lots of opportunities, some that were mentioned, access to information, greater participation, but also a lot of challenges. Radicalization, disinformation, violence on social media, attacks to physical integrity, attacks to more vulnerable groups, especially the youth. This leads to greater challenges, and this is a challenge of the modernization of these current frameworks, not to instrumentalize rights, but to the contrary, to ensure that the rights that we've enshrined in recent years, that we've consolidated in recent years, we can truly pursue. We can ensure that they prevail and be applied in these digital settings to avoid the risks raised. I think our biggest concern, and all of society's concern that wishes for a more better dialogue, is to ensure that this is not a no man's land. This is an area where humans' rights and general rights and inclusion are respected and promoted. And I think that the OAS has this role to coordinate between this private sector, state, civil societies, and is absolutely critical to promote this broad dialogue with all sectors of society to ensure this more equal, inclusive digital setting that focuses more on human rights and that protects our youth, and that this potential with new technologies can truly be used for something positive, and it doesn't replace human intelligence, but it reinforces it. And I think the second thing that's also very important, and we didn't mention a lot, our region has a lot of inequalities when it comes to education and the quality of education. And if we truly want a protected digital setting, we need to think about this in training our youth, so that they can not just browse the digital world, but they can reflect on what they see and what they learn. Otherwise, it's also going to lead to violence, hate speech against the most vulnerable population. Please, we are here to help you, to help build this digital safe ecosystem for Brazil and the region. And that we hope that this continues to be something addressed by the OAS. Thank you so much, Ambassador. The Ambassador Cherniak from Argentina also wanted to share a few words. We can't see you if you're back there. No problem. There's room up here.
Gracias, embajador.
No, es un placer. Perdón.
El embajador Cherniak de Argentina.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, en primer lugar, quería unirme a celebrar la multiplicidad de voces que hemos escuchado hoy, canalizadas a través de la participación de la sociedad civil. Como saben, les pido disculpas por la fonía, pero tiene que ver con los goles de Argentina hoy. Pero, francamente, estuve desde el primer minuto escuchando absolutamente cada una de las intervenciones y he tomado debida nota de cada una de las expresiones por parte de la pluralidad de la sociedad civil. Como ustedes saben, todo esquema de participación tiene reglas de juego. Dentro de las reglas de juego es que todos los representantes de la sociedad civil envían sus ponencias, sus presentaciones, como lo han hecho cada uno de ustedes, y eso nos permite a los estados poder leer, tomar nota, reflexionar, y si fuera necesario, cuando son mencionados algunos de nuestros países, tener la posibilidad de tener un derecho de réplica o de clarificación o de comentarios. Lamentablemente, en el panel 2, alguna de las representantes de la sociedad civil no envió su ponencia y obviamente no sabíamos cuál era su presentación y eso nos puso en una situación porque hubo mención a países en particular, particularmente también la Argentina, y por supuesto no voy a usar este espacio para replicar, simplemente digo, creo que es mejor cuando respetamos las reglas de juego, cuando tratamos todos de respetarnos, definiendo que los procedimientos son para cumplirlos, porque es de doble vía, es un diálogo.
This is a dialogue among civil society and the states. The second question that I wanted to mention, and I wanted to clarify this with this panel, which we heard recently, which was an excellent panel. And again, I thank each and every one of you for the points that you raised. I think the question that really jumped out at us is there was a list of restrictions of participation on behalf of civil society, and one of the countries mentioned was Argentina. This year, we celebrate 43 years of democracy. This was difficult to build, but despite all of the crises that we have faced, we have institutions, strong institutions, and democracy. And civil society is very active in Argentina. We've even heard from some representatives here. And this activity in civil society is very healthy and is guaranteed by full function of our independent judiciary. And so all actors in civil society have all possibilities to access the Republican democratic system of Argentina. No system is perfect. No perfection doesn't exist. But building democracy never ends. And that is why we need to continue working to have the best possible democracy. But we will always be building this. This is an unending process. Never. We can always. But that's all I want to say. That's all I want to say. Thank you so much. And again, within the 2.5 minutes that you are allotted. Thank you for special use of words. But stay up here, please. Because if we go down, because if you go down, we'll all go down. And no, we can't. But we would like to end by thanking civil society, not just for your participation, but also because of all of you are our enthusiastic audience here, very diverse, civil society in all its diversity, and all of the concepts, ideas, ways of representing itself. So I thank you so much. We'd like to recognize Laura Gil, Assistant General Secretary, because her office organized this conversation with Paulina Colominas and the entire team. So of course, the final word is yours. Thank you so much. So I've been here listening to everything that's been said, taking notes, and I'd like to start by saying the following. My office, when I have the responsibility for civil society, and we have one focus, and that is to be an arbiter, to ensure everyone has their rights. States have their rights, and civil society, and all of civil society, everyone in civil society. Civil society is as diverse as our countries. And that is why we have rules of the game. I'm sorry, Ambassador. There was a clear error on behalf of my office, and we will correct such, and we recognize such. But we received the speeches from pretty much everyone, and we did not interfere in freedom of expression. But the rules of the game are the rules of the game, and I am an authority on behalf of a state organization, so we have established these particular rules. My desire, my objective is to achieve that we build so much trust as that we can have better and deeper dialogues among states and civil society. That is what I wish for. This is what I hope for. When Bolivar came here, he realized there was a need for us, we states of the Americas, we needed to cooperate and unite. And if not now, and if we don't focus on multilateralism right now, then we will face a crisis of skepticism. Nothing will happen. We've lost trust. We've lost the trust of our citizens, of our states no longer believe in institutions, and this includes our multilateral institutions. And our task is to build trust. And I am here with you, with civil society, holding your hand in hand. I am here as a voice, as a channel, so that we can work together with the states. Our task is not to declare multilateralism and saying that it's absolutely critical. Our job is to show this to you, and this means showing it through facts, attitudes, work. So this is what I am here advocating for. Thank you. Thank you, civil society. Thank you for your efforts to be here today.
But this is the beginning of the dialogue. We have been speaking, and the dialogue is not only centered in this event once a year in the General Assembly, but that we can build it throughout the year with virtual forums in which you can communicate your recommendations to the member states of OAS. This is what we want to do, a sustainable conversation that is constructive throughout all the year. So I want to thank you for the effort that you have done to come here. I know what it means. I know the efforts that you have done to seek for resources and to be here and to build and to have consensus among one and another and to be here to present these short interventions in which there has been months and months of work, years. It's a path that has been built. And I want to thank Panama because Panama has opened their doors. They have done an effort as a nation for this assembly that it can be remembered. So for this reason, I want to say thanks for that round of applause. Almost all my professional life, I have been working in civil society. And if there is something that I have learned is that the best ideas do not come from the center of power. They come from the street, the territories. And I will not forget that. Just know that I will not forget that. And I will use my experience. And the fact of being that I have been on the next side, that I can start building bridges, This is my commitment, and I hope that very soon we will continue having this conversation. I would like to say thanks. Good afternoon to one and all. So we have buses that are waiting for you in doors 6 and 7. Please, that we can leave in an orderly manner.
Muy buenas tardes.
Very good afternoon. Welcome to all to this official inaugural session of the 56th regular session of the Organization of American States, OAS, under the theme of Americas United on the 200th anniversary of the Amphictyonic Congress in Panama. We welcome His Excellency José Raúl Moreno Quintero, the President of the Republic, who is joined by Javier Eduardo Acha Vázquez, the Foreign Minister of the Republic of Panama, and also greet Honorable Albert Ramdin, Secretary General of the OAS, as well as Laura Gil, the Honorable Assistant Secretary General of the OAS. Equally, a welcome to the First Lady of the Republic, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Excellency Javier Martinez Acha, as the host, in addition, as host of this important meeting. Greetings to Jorge Javier Herrera, the President of the National Assembly, His Excellency, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Maria Cristina Chen, His Excellencies, the former Presidents of the Republic, Excellencies, Ministers of Foreign Relations of the countries in attendance, Vice Ministers of State and Ministers, Heads of Missions, and international organizations accredited in the Republic of Panama. We equally greet delegates and members of the Organization of American States, special guests, social media representatives of Panama, and of the international community. The 200th anniversary of the realization of the Amphictyonic Congress of Panama laid the foundations for multilateralism in our hemisphere and was a significant precedent for the subsequent creation of the Organization of American States. We now invite, as permanent members of the Organization of American States, to join us following this list: Argentina, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Dominica, Ecuador, El Salvador, the United States of America, Grenada, and Guyana. And we now invite to Antigua and Barbuda, Uruguay, Trinidad and Tobago, Suriname, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, St. Kitts and Nevis, the Dominican Republic, Peru, Paraguay, Panama, Mexico, Jamaica, Haiti, and also invite His Excellency Nasri Asura, the President of Honduras, and likewise the President of the Republic of Guatemala, His Excellency Bernardo Arevalo. And now that we are all here, I ask the main table and all those present to stand and hear the hymn of the national anthem of the Republic of Panama performed by the youth choir of the Network of Youth Orchestras and Choirs of Panama.
Tomar sus lugares.
Please take your seats. I invite now the Secretary General of the Organization of American States, the Honorable Albert Randin, for his words of welcome.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Panama, Dr. Jose Raul Molino, and Madam First Lady, President of Guatemala, Senor Bernardo Arevalo, the President of Honduras, Senor Nasri Asfura, our colleague and friend, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama, Javier Martinez Acha, distinguished Ministers of Foreign Affairs of Member States of the Organization of American States, permanent representatives, permanent observers, Assistant Secretary General, Ambassador Laura Gil, colleagues from international and regional organizations, colleagues and staff members of the Organization of American States, ladies and gentlemen. 2 centuries ago, on this same ground, the leaders of a newly independent hemisphere met around a conviction that nations that share a geography also share a future. Dialogue, solidarity, cooperation and collaboration were envisioned as essential to shaping the region's future. Simón Bolívar's call for the Amphictyonic Congress was the first deliberate attempt to give structure to solidarity among the nations of the Americas, to give form to cooperation, to give discipline to freedom, to replace isolation with coordination and suspicion with dialogue. Its ambition was extraordinary. And while that effort was incomplete, it succeeded in something far more enduring. It proved that the nations of the Americas could think beyond themselves, that they could imagine not domination, but association, not power over one another, but responsibility and solidarity toward one another. In 1948, those values took institutional form with the creation of the Organization of American States. So what was once aspiration became architecture. What was once vision became a solid commitment. I thank President Molino and the government of Panama and all involved in this process, the two vice ministers, the team, our own Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, for hosting the Americas at this historical event. Honorable ministers, Mr. President, we all know we live in complex times and an evolving world. Rapid technological changes, strains in the global economy, inequality, natural disasters, and organized crime, just to name a few, test the resilience of our societies and our capacity to respond. In many cases, these developments have an adverse effect on our societies and economies, making governance even more challenging and delivering to the promise and the expectation of the people. Yet the premise of 200 years ago still holds. Multilateral action is not just one option. It is a requirement for our survival. And through hemispheric multilateral systems, we possess not only the expertise and the collective resolve, but also the institutional architecture to effectively respond to these challenges. Multilateralism enables us to pursue common interests, manage shared risks, and establish rules that make international relations more stable and predictable with respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and non-intervention as prescribed in the Charter of the Organization of American States. Ladies and gentlemen, the Organization of American States, as promised, has embarked on an intense process of institutional reform. We have eliminated silos and favored cohesion within the institution. We established 3 interdepartmental working groups on Haiti, youth, and the private sector to coordinate joint initiatives. Alongside these initiatives, in order to ensure that our work remains focused, we have completed a thorough review of our mandates. At the start of this year, we carried more than 360 active mandates, which are now reduced to 77. Each of these has now been tied to a goal and an objective under the new strategic plan. And our strategic plan is linked to the budget. Our 2027 program budget, which is up for adoption during this session of the General Assembly, sets a 0 nominal growth in quota levels. This effectively sets a 93 million ceiling. Because mandatory costs keep increasing, the organization continues to be under strain.
our fiscal sustainability is for years a challenge. And while we appreciate the increase to 94.3 million authorized in expenditures, relying on reserve subfunds to partially cover these costs is necessary, but not sustainable in the long term. At the same time, the General Secretariat is doing its part by working to achieve greater effectiveness with the resources we have. In-person work has been implemented, return to office policies. Internal processes are being streamlined or updated. We have a new code of conduct and have refocused the role of our cultural binding vehicle, the Columbus Memorial Library and the Art Museum of the Americas. We have also adopted a new real estate strategy and recently established an integrated correspondence system to improve response times to the member states' inquiries. To enhance transparency and accountability, the Office of the Executive Director is also leading the publication of a new suite of interactive dashboards. Ladies and gentlemen, our achievements over the past year on each of the OAS pillars are too many to recount here. For the full report across each secretariat, I refer you to page 55 and on of our annual report presented to the General Assembly in compliance with Article 91 of the Charter. But allow me here to share some concrete results along our 4 pillars. In the 12 months we have deployed, in terms of democracy, 16 electoral observation missions and 698 observers across the hemisphere, lending credibility to electoral processes and upholding the principle of participatory democracy in more than 20 elections in 25 and 26. But we must continue working towards expanding the democratic space in areas of the region where it is absent or insufficient, particularly in Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. And for all these cases, the OAS stands ready to assist in all possible ways upon request of the member states. We have also expressed our readiness to assist our member states, our founding member states, Bolivia, in addressing the domestic crisis they're currently facing. The elections in Peru and Colombia also require our attention because peace and stability must prevail. In the case of Bolivia, we are in contact with Foreign Minister Aramayo to undertake on the short term 2 concrete activities in support of the constitutionally elected government led by President Paz. In Haiti, we have been taking on a coordinating role. I thank our partners, including, of course, Haiti, the United Nations, and CARICOM for the excellent coordination and collaboration. We actively supported the UN Security Council resolution that established the Gang Suppression Force. We have initiated a special mission and appointed our own special representative on Haiti. Through our Universal Civil Identity Program in the Americas, we are supporting Haiti's Identification Office, where in the last months alone, we distributed more than 600,000 identification cards, critical for the holding of elections in the Republic of Haiti. So therefore, I would like to thank the member states and the permanent observers for their important contributions to this founding member states of the organization. Haiti requires hemispheric solidarity, first and foremost. Just as when Simon Bolivar's and other independent movements needed assistance, and Haiti stood ready to provide help when it was necessary. I don't believe we should forget that effort which was made many, many years ago in support of our sister republic in Haiti. We are expanding, ladies and gentlemen, another flagship program in the adjacent zone between Belize and Guatemala, and continue dialogue with the leaders of both countries who have reaffirmed their commitment to respecting the ruling of the International Court of Justice thank you very much, President Arevalo, and to Prime Minister Briceño for the active participation in these discussions. In Colombia, we resumed demining activities, and our teams verified more than 400,000 square meters of cleared land, while our mission to support the peace process continued this year to the release of 87. And today, I signed the extension of the agreement on the MAP-OEA project with Minister Villavicencio. We have also established a special mission to Guatemala, which has played in our view, a crucial role, President, in supporting the appointment of the judicial authorities. In this regard, and on several other instances, the organization's good officers have helped member states address tensions before they escalate, providing a trusted space for dialogue, offering discreet counsel, and facilitating constructive engagement. While these efforts often take place away from public view, they are guided by the single purpose: preserving peace and stability in the hemisphere and strengthening democratic governance. With that same approach, the General Secretariat is working with the legitimately elected authorities, as I said, of Bolivia, and wherever else needed following elections, as we spoke about in Peru and in Colombia. Pertaining to hemispheric security, we joined with regional banks to launch a hemispheric observatory on organized crime, the first of its kind. And we carried our first joint operation with Interpol against firearms trafficking. On development, our Plan Trifinio project benefited more than 12,700 people across El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. And through the Americas Competitive Exchange, we logged over 350 cooperation opportunities, and independent evaluation last year estimated a return of up to $30 for every dollar invested. On legal affairs, we hosted advanced training workshops for cybercrime prosecutors in partnership with national experts and firms reaching more than 3,000 judges and prosecutors. The Inter-American Juridical Committee also worked on an addendum to the Inter-American Model Law 2.0 on access to public information, focusing on information within the judicial system. The Inter-American Commission on Human Rights received more petitions this year than in any year of its history, and it answered more than 4 out of 5 within the same year. Behind that number are people who had nowhere else to turn to and who found an answer here. I would therefore like to commend the Inter-American Human Rights Court and Commission for their work in protecting human rights through one of the most developed systems in the world, and to reaffirm that we will speak clearly about serious human rights violations in parts of this hemisphere. Allow me to reiterate that in all cases, the OAS stands ready to support the necessary democratic processes. Honorable Minister, Mr. President, looking at the future, we are continuing taking new initiatives to further modernize the OAS and to improve our support to member states. We have launched a task force last week on artificial intelligence, which will assess the landscape, align priorities, establish governance, define guardrails, and prepare the OAS for responsible AI governance. Because responsible AI can help the Organization of American States do more with existing resources by improving efficiency and accelerating delivery to serve member states while protecting security and accountability. We have also presented a resource mobilization plan. And before the end of the year, we will update the strategy to specifically target the private sector and other global and regional potential revenue streams. With the recently appointed Executive Secretary for Integral Development, we are preparing a strategic development strategy and work plan to cater better for the needs of especially the small and vulnerable economies. We are in the process of strengthening and reforming the Inter-American Emergency Aid Fund with proposals which will be shared with member states after this General Assembly, but to increase their capacity to deliver more and better and quicker when natural disasters hit. Some other topics on the review are the viable alternatives to reduce labor costs within the organization through regional hubs and outsourcing. The executive director has been charged to develop the plan, which immediately after the General Assembly will be presented to member states, and also internal directives on the use of contractors and enhanced communication strategies and platforms. Honorable President and Ministers, much of the organization's work takes place outside the public spotlight, and we must do more to communicate its impact. I have made it a priority to bring the OAS closer to the people of the hemisphere, particularly our youth, through engagement at universities, legislative bodies, meetings with the private sector, outreach to the media. We have striven to communicate our work and the achievements of the OAS. Our engagement does not stop at the General Secretariat. We continue to expand our collaboration, alignment, and collaboration with our Inter-American partners, the Inter-American Development Bank, the Inter-American Institute for Agriculture, and the Pan-American Health Organization. We recently signed an agreement with PAHO for the use of the OAS Administrative Tribunal, one practical example of how the institutions of the Inter-American system can share what they have rather than each build it alone. Beyond the region, we are building working relations with the European Union and the Council of Europe and other regional entities to facilitate meaningful partnerships. Honorable President and Ministers, all our initiatives are anchored in the vision of peace and prosperity in the Americas, with the private sector as a central partner in these efforts. Carrying out this agenda also requires unity and greater connectivity within the hemisphere, especially between our peoples. That unity, in turn, rests on a shared commitment to common rules. My role as Secretary General is to speak for the principles we have all agreed to uphold, respecting the rules that we all have approved. We must live by the rule-based international order, respecting obligations in good faith and with justice, meaningful, peaceful relations among nations, and ensuring conduct guided by principles. Choosing principle over power is a deliberate restraint and is what makes this organization credible. A forum cannot command trust only if it is willing to abide by the very principles it asks others to uphold. That is the approach we take in the leadership at the General Secretariat. We make strides to deliver on the aspirations of the Organization of American States as a neutral body and a forum for political dialogue, a safe place where differences can be settled and where we can engage and design policies that help our citizens live in a peaceful and prosperous region. In closing, I'd like to thank the staff of the General Secretariat, all of them, for their dedication and commitment to advancing our path to peace and prosperity. Together we can and we will deliver to the needs of the people of the Americas. Honorable Presidents, honorable ministers, I ask this Assembly to safeguard the legacy entrusted to us 200 years ago and to carry its promise forward for future generations. The challenges we face are significant, but they are not greater than our collective capacity to address them. As Secretary General of this organization, I say this today. The OAS is a necessary forum to ensure that cooperation is not episodic, but sustained. The OAS is both a mandate and a responsibility to defend democracy when it is tested, to uphold the rule of law when it's strained, to protect human dignity when it's threatened. But its deepest charge is simpler than any of these.
It is to ensure that the nations of this hemisphere do not stand apart at the very moment they are needed together. If the Congress of Panama gave us a vision, our task is to give it continuity. If it gave us principles, our duty is to make them effective. If it has entrusted us with a shared destiny, our responsibility is to act as if we truly believe in it. Then let us meet that trust together with resolve and without hesitation. I thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much to the General Secretary of the OAS. We will once again be hearing from the Youth Choir of Panama, here from the Ministry of Culture. They will delight you with their interpretation of Verde Mar. Thank you very much to the Youth Choir, Panamanian talent. We will now be welcoming with a warm applause the President of the Republic of Panama, Mr. Jose Raul Mulino Quintero. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Miss Maricel Molino Cohen, the First Lady, I greet you, as well as the presidents from Guatemala and Honduras, ministers of foreign relations, and those sent by your distinguished presidents, friends, ambassadors, assistant secretary, representatives, heads of mission, representatives from the permanent observers, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to have you here in this city, which exactly 200 years ago was the location of one of the most visionary moments in our history, the Amphictyonic Congress, which was held by Simón Bolívar in 1826. In 1850, in the Charter of Jamaica, Bolívar had expressed this dream with words that we will hear now. I hope that someday we are lucky enough to be able to establish a Congress of the representatives of republics, kingdoms, and empires to discuss the important interests of peace and of war with the nations from all parts of the world. And that dream became reality in Panama in 1826, and today, 200 years later, we find ourselves in the same place to reaffirm that cooperation between countries is not idealism. It is the most effective tool that we have to solve the problems of our peoples. Bolívar knew that independence that they had just achieved must be consolidated on solid foundations. In a speech in 1819, he said, for the young republics, that they must provide correction and they must care for the public good as part of the republican system. And he also said that nations are marching towards greatness with the same steps that we march towards education, mentioning with something quite remarkable for his time, the education of women. And these are principles that have not aged. They continue to be the foundation of any democracy that aspires to be a real democracy and a lasting democracy. 200 years later, the challenges are different, but the logic is the same. We live in a time marked by geopolitical tensions that redefine international order, technologies that change our economies, and threats that no country can face alone. Transnational organized crime, migratory pressure, climate change, digital gaps, and the growing demands of citizens who require institutions that respond to their needs. As we face that reality, international cooperation is not optional. It is a strategic need. That is why it is so significant that the Americas are here today. Panama, throughout its history, has been a bridge between oceans, between the continent, and between peoples. Our canal, our ports, our maritime routes are a clear expression of our service to the international community. But Panama aspires to be also a space for dialogue and building consensus, a place where differences are seen with respect and where what we have in common is more important than what separates us. Here we have vast natural resources, a young population, renewable energy, agricultural capacities, and diversity in the biodiversity, which are international assets. We seek to be one of the main drivers for stability and economic growth throughout the world. But to reach that potential, we must have mutual trust, solid institutions, and effective cooperation between our countries. We have a deep conviction that nations are stronger when they cooperate than when they isolate. Perhaps we understand this differently now than when it was first, the idea first came about 200 years ago. But democracy's legitimacy is strengthened when citizens perceive that freedom and democratic institutions improve their lives effectively. So defending democracy means making it more effective, closer to people's lives, able to respond to the legitimate expectations of our peoples. A democracy that cannot respond to needs, that is distant from the needs of the people, does not represent the Republican values, and it runs the risk of opening the door to authoritarianism. As the host country of this assembly, Panama desires to point out some key issues that this organization cannot ignore. The situation in Nicaragua, the deterioration of the respect of human rights in that country is severe. The oppression against opposition, systematic closure of civic spaces, the expulsion of humanitarian organizations, jailing of religious leaders, and forced exile of thousands of citizens. These are facts that are incompatible with the principles that this organization defends. In the same way, Panama expresses its hope that the Cuban people can soon find the path towards full democracy. The values that drove the founders do not belong to one political side or another. They are a promise from the hemisphere itself 200 years ago, and we owe that promise to Cuba. The defense of democracy also requires that we express our solidarity with Bolivia. The democratic government of Bolivia is facing a deliberate destabilization campaign driven by radical sectors and organized crime that seek to subvert the constitutional order through illegitimate, violent methods. Panama condemns any attempt to remove a government that came about through democratic means. Now, with the Secretary General, we have a proposal for a commission of ministers of defense or ministers of security to travel to Bolivia and support our good friend, President Paz, to support him as he faces this serious threat to his institution in our brother country in the Andes. Security in this context is inseparable from the democratic agenda. Organized crime and drug trafficking threaten the stability of our institutions. They move enormous amounts of financial funds. They corrupt the state, and they erode citizen trust. This is a reality that we all face, some of us more than others, but all of us face this. This requires more intelligence exchange, legal cooperation, more effective mechanisms to financially handle these crimes, and closer cooperation between our ministries of security. Democracy requires that we seek out those who would undermine through violence our governments through corruption and illicit funds. At this time, I also approved with the General Secretary as soon as October to hold in Panama a meeting about this issue, led by ministers of foreign affairs, security, and defense. This is a very serious problem. All of us are facing it as best we can, but with insufficient coordination between our organizations. The problem that Rodrigo Paz faces is not different from other countries threatened by the radical left and the drug traffickers that finance them. We faced it in Panama last year. And I back the President Paz for what he did by establishing a state of an emergency. I did it as well in one state here in Panama, working with the banana companies, the unions of the banana workers. These leftist political mafias destroyed our province, and it has been so difficult to fix the damage that they have done. I am witness. I saw it with my own eyes, that when we fought against the military dictatorship here in Panama, a mission of observers from the OAS came to this country. And there was an extraordinary failure. And we often hear about the failure in Panama. What came next is history. It's sad, and it is history. As president of this country, I cannot allow another country to suffer this loss of democracy without putting forth some effort to support him. It is very important. All of us who are present here must fight for democracy, to rebuild it where it has been lost, and to ensure that it is preserved and strengthened where it still exists. Panama administers the canal that connects the world and the largest flag bearer in the world. And this is a service that we offer, and it is an honor for us to offer this service to the international community. So when this service is interfered with intentions that are not for maritime commerce, this damages not just Panama, but the whole world. The countries whose goods go along these routes, travel through these ports, are damaged. And it damages the international order that we all seek to protect. In unjustified detentions of Panamanian flagged ships in ports of the People's Republic of China without any technical explanation or any reason for these searches, this is evidence of what is occurring here. I have been maritime lawyer for many years, and I've been around the world because of that. And because my country has these international contacts, and inspections can happen. And that's the way it is. That's why we have mechanisms like the Tokyo MOU and others in Europe to ensure the security and safety of the ships that are moored in ports. But from 30 to 40 regular detainments to 140, there is no justifiable reason for this. I am proud, if I can say so, that the Popular Republic of China has taken steps to have a technical conversation at the level of the Ministry of Transportation in China in order to resolve this problem, which has caused the loss of 200 flags, because business is business. And if you're going to stop their ships without justification, they're going to look for a different flag where they won't be bothered. So I hope that conversation will occur, and I would like to call us all to be clear-minded. International maritime law the free transit through the seas, and freedom of commerce cannot become tools for political pressure. They cannot be used that way by anyone. And we demand that these detentions of these ships end. Democracy also asks that we move forward in development. There has been a false connection between growth and environmental damage, and our people do not have to choose. Real progress can be built through investment, through work that happens in balance with nature. Latin America and the Caribbean have energy capacities, agricultural capacities, and the potential to lead the transition to cleaner economies. Environmental protection should be an opportunity to generate growth and innovation, not an obstacle to the well-being of our societies. And as we face these challenges, a transformation that reaches even further is redefining the future of our nations, the technological revolution. Artificial intelligence is changing our economies, education, healthcare, security, and the relationship between citizens and the state. There are many people who say or argue that they're right because ChatGPT told them that they're right. That cannot be this way. In a civil society with intelligent people, this cannot continue to happen. If we were robots, but we're not robots yet. This is extraordinary technology, but it requires us to ask ethical questions that we must face responsibly. Technology must serve people, not the other way around. Our commitment must be to take advantage of its potential, close the digital gap, and prepare the new generations, but always within a framework that respects human dignity and fundamental liberties. Ladies and gentlemen, 200 years ago, in this land, visionary leaders came together to imagine the future of the Americas. And they did not resolve all of their differences, but they understood something that continues to be true, that shared challenges require shared answers, and that nations are stronger when they cooperate than when they isolate. We must work for reconciliation in this region as a tool for overcoming conflicts, political conflicts, and others, democratic strengthening, and the unity of our peoples. Our nations and our continent will only be stronger if we are together. And I haven't forgotten about Venezuela. I seek a very soon democratic transition for our neighboring country, a very close country. Representative democracy must be clearly established. We would like authorities to give us a clear date for democratic, free, open elections so that Venezuela can once again move towards what it was once for their pride, a country that exported democracy and now exports dictatorship. We must work for reconciliation, but it's not something that one can do alone. Everyone must contribute with ideas, by example, seeking to make it possible. Our people are calling for that, and they will condemn us if we march in front of them and do nothing to contribute. this bicentennial should be not just a historic commemoration, but a moment in which the nations of the Americas renew their trust in dialogue, in cooperation, in multilateralism. Because it continues to be more powerful to be together than to separate. Dialogue is more powerful than confrontation, and our future will be as great as our ability to build it together. Thank you very much, and welcome once again to Panama.
With these words of His Excellency Raul Molino Quintero, we now deem and declare the 56th General Session of the OAS called to order, and with the best wishes for success, welcome to our international visitors, and a very good night and evening to all.